Yeah, excuse me. Good morning, everyone. Barry Enerson here from Trade Ideas. Just a quick sound check. I'm going to have to leave for about 15 or 20 minutes. So just want to make sure everybody can hear me. Thank you, Starkey. So good in the main room, maybe somebody in our YouTube room. Let me know if you can hear me. Thank you. I'll be back in hopefully about 15 to 20 minutes before the 9:30 open. All right, guys, I'm now back. And so I guess the official announcement. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for it's Monday, May the 4th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. And of course, it's Trade Ideas. So I already know you guys can hear me, see my screen in both rooms. So now, guys, as far as these questions coming on crosshairs, I have a feeling the crosshairs don't work on the browser charts. I never liked the crosshairs. Oh, you're talking just the cross. You're not talking crosshair. Are you talking crosshairs across all time frames? Yeah, you're talking about the sync. Yeah, I don't think they work. I don't think they've ever worked on. Yeah, I'm not sure. I took them off. I actually found them annoying, so I never used them. But I don't think they work in the browser-based charts anyway. All right, guys, CNSP. This is so they did a financing at 230 a share. You guys that did the reverse split on Friday? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, anyway, CNSP, hard to understand. Financing at $2.30 a share. And the stock is trading at 940. PN. I don't know this one at all. Skycore Solar Core. Low float, 1.29 million in the float. Trying to see why this is any news on this one. Okay, storing over 125% pre-market in a deal to acquire the remaining 56% equity. Interest in renewable energy company Nanjing. Okay, so there is some news. I'm reading the whole thing, but there is some news, and it's a low float, 1.29 million in the float. China company PN. Ooh, Xanadu. This was a high flyer. Is this an earnings play or getting kicked because of another reason? Caballo is not a bio. Excuse me, it is not a bio. Anybody see any news on this one? Xanadu, XNDU? I don't see any news on it whatsoever. Let's go dive into this. Yeah, I don't see any news on this one, guys. Sometimes when I see something like this, it's like a dividend play or something. Well, you can ask me questions, but I have a feeling though that this thing doesn't work. Use crosshair stick. Okay, I'll just see if it works. I don't think it works. It doesn't work in the if you're using if you're using the browser-based charts. I can see right off the bat it doesn't work. Okay, and it's not a bug. It just doesn't work. So in terms of the cross sync, yeah, I want to get. I've never liked it, so that's why it's never really been an issue for me. But I just want to get out. I just want to get rid of it. Yeah, Pepe does not work with the browser-based charts. That's what I thought. On the chart, I don't see stop and profit booking. Despite I set it on, I only see buy profit booking. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know. Those are sort of Chris questions. I don't use brokerage plus. So I have a real love hate. Well, not really a love relationship with brokerage plus. I just find that people have so many problems with it. But any idea, Pepe, on that one, the stop and profit booking? I didn't even know there was such a thing as profit booking. Okay, GBTG. This looks like it's got to be a buyout. Yeah, it's got to be a buyout. Yeah, and I'm also seeing that GameStop is offering 56 billion for eBay. Really? Okay. Are you okay? What are you talking about showing on the video? Stop and profit booking? Are you talking about the sinking? All right. You know what? Best thing to do is info a trade. I cannot answer that. Okay. There's all these little things that happen with on our charts. We make changes, and I'm just not sure. I don't because I've never really used them like that. Info at trade hyphen I. Oops. Yeah, info at trade hyphen ideas.com. Chris is in today, so he's the best to ask that type of question. Okay. I just don't have the answer. I'm sorry. I swear that 99% of the questions that we get are Brokers Plus type questions. Not to me, but to and again, I have this very ambivalent feeling towards Brokers Plus. Unless you're auto trading, and you got to set up your own. I've just never seen the big need of using Brokers Plus, but I understand with the money machine, etc. Yes, but anyway. Okay, ORGN, trading lower after the company announced it is selling its PET acronym, reducing its workforce. Okay. So did anybody see any news in this Xanadu, XNDU? I mean, this has been a pretty big day on Friday, actually. Well, not just Friday. I'm sorry. A few days ago, it was an $8.30 stock, at up to $40. Probably no reason for it, of course, but I don't see any news on the why it's dropped so much today in the pre-market anyway. Speaking of the pre-market, let's take a look at our SPY. So our SPY is basically flat right now. Okay, so this actually looks like this is a an earnings play in IVF. Where is that flag? Flag of Thailand. Okay, interesting. In IVF. SNDK looks like it's going to be a second day continuation off earnings. Let's take a look at that one. Does it? Yeah. Wow, $1,200 stock. What's the is SNDU, right? SNDU? Isn't that the ETF for it? Yeah, SNDU long time. Double the move. So SNDK right now should only be up about only 3%. Pretty big for $1,000 stock. Yeah. Okay. So that's SNDU. And SN, thanks, William. SNDQ. By the way, I had a price alert for your NVO. I think, did it hit 45? Yes, it hit 45. Okay. Yes, buenas tardes to you from in Spain, FG. All right, guys, we have less than a minute for the 9:30 open. So again, I don't trade typically in the first 15 minutes. We try to let things settle down, but let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. I'll get rid of this. So Xanadu is having a little pop here. Well, a little pop. I mean, a little crawl off the bottom here. I just don't have any news on this one. Don't know why it's down so much. NVU. All right, we are now open. Okay, let me get this race started. By the way, somebody asked about the size in the race. Couple of things. The size of the symbols in the race. Um, Sometimes if you only have one symbol, like literally meeting the filter requirements, it'll dominate. The other thing to do, and there's no rhyme or reason for it, is just to hit the square and start it again, and that sometimes will get the symbols to like a non-giant size. Okay, you dragon. Yeah. Okay. So that was you dragon. So but that's what there's no rhyme or reason to it. I mean, I click the box, stop the race, and then start it again. And that's sometimes you'll do it. Let me know if that worked. I mean, because there's no setting, okay? Unfortunately, there's just no setting. Happens to me also. Usually it's the other way though. I get the symbol so small it's hard to read. All right, guys. CNSP is just broke briefly above 10, but up to 1085. Okay, I'm going to put a price alert up in that area. Again, this is another one of the crazy low floaters, okay? Less than a million in the float, 810,000 in the float. Put a little press release. So they raised money and now oh, good, okay. It may not, well, it should last for the day, Dragon, but same thing may happen tomorrow, but it doesn't seem to happen to me. Once I do it one time in a race, but at least you know now how to do it. Why it happens, I just don't know. All right, guys, CNSP. This is, of course, I never say of course, but it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So is that the reason Aplock, somebody in our YouTube room is saying something to do with Xanadu, resell 294 million shares, 7 times the outstanding F1. You're talking like F1 as in the cars? I don't know what they do. Provision of quantum computing. Okay. I mean, I did sort of see that, but I don't. I still don't understand. How do you understand why it's down so much? I don't see that news you're talking about. If that's what you're talking about, Aflock in our YouTube room. Hey guys, let's take a look at the SPY. Is it going to hold? Going to hold the VWAP and also the okay. So $13. So CRML is the trade of the week. It did trigger. Did trigger. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is completely up to you. Excuse me. 13 was the trigger. Yeah, look at CNSP. So it gets up to about 1050 and gets right back down to 9. That's a great reason why I don't like to trade in the first 15. This looks interesting though, guys. I mean, I don't, not because it's a trade of the week. 1363. It's got room to 1363 CRML. It is early. It is early. What's the volume? Good volume. Ugh. TN just popped up to 6 and got down to 5. Okay, now the VWAP. We have the. I have the VWAP. I know you. Yeah, I have the VWAP at around 560. And that's for the PN. Guys, this is an earnings play. Okay, CCOI is an earnings play. CCY, not a ton of volume yet. Relative volume, yes, but not a ton of absolute volume. This is an all-time low, basically an all-time low. CCOI earnings play, basically an all-time low. Norwegian NCLH is an earnings play, guys. Down, yeah, 4% on earnings. And we have a halt. This ELPW, which is wow, super active, and it was halted on the way up, guys. So ELPW halted on the way up. Okay, so CNSP has been very choppy, but it's trying to get over 10 again. CNSP challenging 10 again. They're a very active one, the HTCO. Last month, my goodness, last month up to $57. So high of a few days ago, $34. High last week, $56. So low float, 5 million in the float. All right, GME right at the VWAP, guys. If you're a bit of a VWAP player, GME is right at that VWAP. Again, they're saying they want to buy eBay. They put a proposal out there. Rivian getting a little thumped here, guys. RIVN early. Okay, guys, so this ELPW is looking to have a pop above that halt price. And this is the first time I'm showing this this week. So for those of you who are new, this blue screen, blue window you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, showing me the halt price of 540 for ELPW. This column showing you where it could open. Usually they are 5-minute halts. If that's the case, it will open at 9:41 plus 28 seconds. So a couple of minutes from now, if it's a 5-minute halt, and this again looks like it's going to be a pretty big jump after the halt price. This price does not have to stand, of course, but or stick. All right, guys. AGH is, I think, Obi might have mentioned that one. AGH. This high looking left is around 6 on the monthly chart anyway. On the weekly chart, maybe a little. No, it's still 6. So not a ton of room. I mean, 566 to 6 if it got there would be great, of course, but I wish there were a little more room for that one. All right, we're going to have her open if it's a 5-minute halt in about 10 seconds from now for the ELPW. Wow, look at this. I mean, amazing if this happens, if it gets to 625 on the open. Well, it looks like it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt then. All right, guys. So this DXYZ, which has a bit of a tie into SpaceX, okay, the IPO coming up. It is getting a little bit of a charge. See that CNSP is still trying to struggling to get through 10. The price alert up here. Wow, it's way up there. Let me put a price alert around just over 10, maybe around 10.19. See if it gets it, takes it out. Yeah, probably RCL too, William, RCL. Yeah, the cruises are, well, not horribly weak, but cruises are weak. How about CCL? What percentage is it down? A little bit more, but NCLH, yeah, down how much? Yeah, quite a bit, 8.5%. So there's a CNCP or SP, sorry. broke over 10 again. That isn't terrible. I mean, it's terrible for a stock that is very active. I have Q thumbnail day, amen, and I was watching it, and you're right. You know what? The spread, I mean, it doesn't look great, but it's not horrible for a stock that can move $2 or $3. So I don't really look at the SPAC size. This is a SPAC, a rising dragon. Actually, right, a couple of days ago got up to $24. Boy, this ELPW, where could it? Well, you know what? I mean, they're still looking at a high open here. So if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, which is typically the case, if it's not five, it's going to be a multiple of five. So the next one, of course, is 10. That, that would be 9:46 plus 28 seconds. So less than 30 seconds. If this is going to be a 10-minute halt, the LPW is going to open. Ooh, and Xanadu just got halted. Okay, wow, it opened. That's one of the bigger halts. That's one of the bigger jumps off a halt that I've seen. ELPW. Almost the sort of same thing that happened with EEIQ, another one that was halted, and it was halted for 10 minutes also. Yeah, so Xanadu was halted, XNDU halted, and where could this one open? No big, no big clue. There's the halt price, 1361, 1362. So no big clue as to where it's going to open. Meanwhile, ELPW didn't do, the only way it was going to take this one is if it somehow got below the initial halt price and then popped through it again. But obviously that did not happen. Boy, that CNSP guys is just hanging around the 10 mark. There's the VWAP. Excuse me. There's the VWAP. So it is over the VWAP. Maybe I'm going to drop my price alert down to about 10. Well, I have one here. It actually took it out, but it just really has to clear that 10. Now, if it does clear 10, what could happen? I'd have to back this out on a monthly chart to see. There's a high there, 1059. That's back in beginning of the year or last year. Sorry, October of last year. So DraftKings, well, actually, I want to take a look at HTCO. HTCO got halted on the way up. We just talked about this one just, I don't know, 10 minutes ago. Halted on the way up. Boy, CNSB is just having a struggle to get through that 10 level. So that Xanadu just resumed. That was also that was a 5-minute call. Xanadu resumed XNDU and jumping over 14 now, over the VWAP, of course. Okay, guys. So I'm just looking at a couple of things on my other one other scan I got on another monitor. Quick logic here. QUIK. I don't know where the next high is. It looks like we got to go back to March of 2024, just on a monthly chart anyway. So it appears that it has some room. QUIK. Let me see if there's any specific news for it. I don't see any news for it specifically. All right. Now this one could be interesting. Okay. I mean, OPCH, it was an earnings play, got hammered down on earnings, tried to kind of hold down on Friday. And obviously it's popping above the highs of Friday and Thursday. Okay. It's over the whole number, a ton of room. But again, it was an earnings play. So that's why I got thumped down. It's not like everything is rosy again, but at least it's over the whole number. And then we're talking about the OPCH. And what's the volume like? Pretty good volume, 500,000 shares, almost 5 times normal up to this time of day. Now it's a little extended. Now, where's the VWAP is around 2080. So maybe a little pullback, maybe a little pullback might help, but it's I don't want to chase it right now. The OPCH is, but it's got all sorts of room, of course. Man, look at some of these opens are, again, $12 on a 1076 halt for HTCO. It doesn't have to be 12, but we've seen some pretty giant opens off these halts. Hmm. CNCP or CNSP guys, maybe later on in the day, but right now it just does not want to break through the 10 level. It's coming back into the VWAP, CNSP. You can see that purple line on my chart. That is the VWAP. And you can see the GME is hanging around, still hanging around the VWAP area. Right, DXYZ. Now, guys, this is full disclosure. I have a little bit of this, okay? Not the mirror. And it's only because of what we talked about a few weeks ago and how they've got a little wee piece of this SpaceX IPO, but a wee piece of 1 point whatever, $2 trillion. It's just a wild, well, I don't have, I've not gone crazy on it, of course, but, and I think somebody said that sometime in June is where it could IPO SpaceX. Is that correct? I know they're making the rounds. Was it so so sometime in June is when they're supposed to do their IPO, okay. Well, I told Steve Gomez about a couple of weeks ago, and he's very happy. All right, HTCO, oh, ELPW just got halted again on the way up. Hmm. All right, excuse me, NCI, just over a dollar now. And of course, it has a ton of room, I think. There is a high right here of 116, and that's where it is. So you can kind of see if it can take that out. The 200-day moving average is way up here. So NCI, and what's the volume like? Not great. The relative volume basically trading normally up to this time of day. All right, guys, it is now 10 o'clock. So I will now go over my homepage, and we do have a promo out again. More easy to understand this one. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, and I think, yeah, so 25% off, guys, 25% off everything. Okay. Not, last week we had the 30% off only on premium, but 25% off now on everything. So what does that mean? 25% off the first month only of either the standard or the premium service, or 25% off the entire year of premium or standard. Okay. So it's a little easier to understand. It's sort of a Mother's Day deal. So all I ask, if you're going to use you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Why? Company tracks the use of all these promo codes that are out there. If they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping both of these rooms that are moderating free. I'm moderating a YouTube room, and if you're sitting on YouTube wondering what I'm talking about, there is another room called the trading room. It's also free, a lot more active though. Okay, so if you're looking for a lot more interaction with other traders, you can come into this room. Another bonus is that it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Obi. He opens the room up 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I don't. I live in Vancouver, a little early for me, so that's why Obi does it. So if you're looking for interaction with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. It's free. Now, I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern Time, and it's up to Obi if he wants to keep the room open. Okay, afterwards, you'll let me know, I think, later on in the day after I leave. Otherwise, I shut the room down. There is possibility, Gus, to have personalized setup of training. Not by me. Um, Depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for how to like trade as such, the training is all about learning how to use trade ideas. Okay, but it's not gonna teach you how to trade exactly, if that makes sense. But also depends. I mean, we've got a lot of free stuff. I always hate to have like send people to. It's either going to be Chris. In fact, I'm not even sure they're doing it anymore. I should make sure they're actually even doing it. But what are you interested in? When you say a personalized setup training, what exactly do you mean? Okay, before before I send you, I give you an email address or an email so you can contact somebody. Let me keep going here. So education. If you're taking out a subscription or you're thinking about it, actually, before I do that, scroll down. One more thing on my homepage on the when you click on it, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can scroll down here. That's what I wanted to do. How's it doing right now? CRML is the trade of the week. $13 was the trigger. So, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. Okay, that is the trade of the week right here, and the trigger was 13. Yeah, so that makes sense. Con politics. I mean, yeah, if you said, well, I want to use trade ideas to show me momentum trades or gap trades or things like that, we have all sorts of built-in scans like that. But how you're going to trade them when you get an alert, okay, again, is up to you. I mean, look at all. I get a lot of symbols that I'm clicking on, and they're not necessarily tradable for my style. They're meeting my filter requirements, but just because I get an alert doesn't mean I'm going to trade it. If that makes sense. And I think that's what a lot of people struggle with. They say, well, okay, I like the momentum scan, but I get an alert. What am I supposed to do? Well, that's different. So again, the education section, if you're thinking about taking out a subscription or you have, scroll down here, getting started with trade ideas. So that's the very first thing you must do if you take out a subscription to trade ideas. 12 short videos. Now, if you don't have a subscription and you're wondering about it, is this a good fit for you? You should start off with that second video, go to the end. It should give you an idea about, first of all, the capabilities of the program. And then that should make up your mind whether you'd like to try us for at least a month. These monthly subscriptions, I saw month to month, you can cancel anytime. I would not take out a subscription unless you do this, okay? You should take a look at they're just 12 short videos. Again, if you don't have to start off with the first one, but start off with the second one, go to the end before you even think about taking out a subscription to try it. Okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Again, Trade Ideas, fabulous program, fabulous. But it doesn't teach you how to trade exactly. Okay, you have to have an idea about when you click on a symbol and you're looking at a chart, what is the chart trying to tell you? Okay, so back to basics again. There are 15 videos here, and this is not going to make you an expert either. But we do have a simulator, and that's what I really recommend. You practice trading. Practice different ideas. There are all sorts of different ways to trade. I mean, I'm probably more of a momentum trader. Like to see stocks near the high of the day or the low of the day. But some people hate that. They only want to see pullbacks. There are all sorts of different styles of trading. And what style is going to appeal to you? You're not going to know if you're just starting out. That's why we have a simulator. Right, XYZ. Okay, so that's this. Next, if you're looking for some of the scans and things that I'm currently sharing, you click on my homepage link, scroll down, click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top, scroll down a bit, custom scans, okay? So, so this is what I'm currently sharing. So I've got a race here. This large cap race is over here. I've got this other race here. This is the other race. The biggest gainers are more volatile race. I've got upside versus downside movers is here. Okay. This is basically taking two competing scans and and seeing kind of who's winning. Okay. There are the more stocks making new highs of the day versus making new lows of the day. These are all real-time alerts. So if it's green, new high of the day. If it's red, new low of the day. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Checking out the ones obviously moving up or down the most. Pulse resumes is over here, very active. I call it's technically it's a scan, but for me it's just more it's sort of an information source. Stocks that are halted and then resume. And I do have four other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have them all up and running. A momentum scan, a gap scan, the Pepe combo scan, and also the William up down scan. Okay, I do have that one on my other monitor. But you are right on politics. I mean, how to use the software. So if you have an idea about what you're looking to see, typically we can help. I mean, well, you see, we have the filters that you're looking for, and we can probably give you an idea and get you started in that direction. All right, guys. So I still have that CNSP. I still have that thumbnail, just in case later on in the day it takes out 10. No, we don't do anything on the phone now, Con. Everything is done. We can, depending on what you're looking for. The only thing we do on the phone is accounting type questions. But you can ask me questions. I mean, I'll do my best to answer you. And we have other traders. Okay, we got Chris, Steve, and Andy. We're all traders. If you're looking for like a type of setup, if I don't have it, one of those guys may have something. Okay. And that's why we have this room. Okay. I mean, you can ask me questions, and also between 12 and 1 of the other traders does take over from me in our YouTube room. You can ask questions there also. What are we, May the 4th? No, Gene cannot come quickly enough. I can't wait to see what happens with this SpaceX and see if this actually will. Is this so the high a few months ago was up here around 40. Again, for those of you who are new, we do have, in the toolbar, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, and we have a lot of theme-based channels. Now, if you're new and you click on these, sure, it gets overwhelming. There's a lot of information coming at you, but these are just, it doesn't mean that it's, these are just theme-based channels, okay? You have to have an idea about trading before again, I'm going to reiterate, fabulous program. It's not going to teach you how to trade. Well, I should have kept watching this BZAI. This is one from our AI. It is now at at the 200-day moving average. Okay, 200-day moving average. Well, that Xanadu certainly came off the pre-market lows, didn't it? XNDO. I don't quite understand why, but I mean, somebody posted in YouTube, but I still don't quite understand the reason. Where are they out of Toronto? I don't. Yeah, I still don't. Okay, guys, band has been hanging around that 200 at VWAP for quite a while now, but maybe it's looking like it wants to give it up, perhaps. Okay, that's BAND. Had earnings a couple of days ago. I guess that was Thursday. Nice, great reaction, and then Friday follow through. Not collapsing or anything like that, but it is now below Friday's close, and it's been trying. You can see right at the VWAP right there. It's been struggling to get through. So, some of you might be VWAP type players, liking to see stocks near the VWAP. And remember, we have a simulator. You can practice trading. It's part of our standard service, and it uses our real-time data, so you can practice trading using our simulator. I remember you popped that in on Thursday or Friday, didn't you, JV? Take a look at it. Now, no, you're talking about back testing. You were back. Well, you right off the bat, you've got a lot of real time. You've got a lot of real time alerts. How many are you actually triggering? Yeah, so this is out of my realm, okay? If you're talking about how to refine it to get, you're talking about using the back tester, right? Yeah, that's something I just, that's complete trial and error, isn't it? So the only thing is, are you getting too many alerts? Not a lot. You're a few, but solid. Like your relative volume isn't. Are you looking to intraday trade more than anything? Because if you are, I get rid of that. The daily volume, at least 800,000 shares. I get rid of that if you're just looking for intraday, because you could get some. Well, I could back test it, but understand, I don't. I mean, first of all, let's see if it'll how long it's going to take. Always not a good idea to back test during market hours. But again, there's no way I'm going to be able to say, okay, you should adjust this or that. The only thing I would say is if you're going to be looking at stocks for intraday trading, I would get rid of that $800,000, 800,000 shares a day average, because you could get a stock that doesn't trade very much, and then all of a sudden it's exploding today, and you won't see it. So in my opinion, there's no point in using that filter. Other than that, you've got so many filters, so it's just trial and error. It looks pretty good though. I mean, obviously 66% winners. But how to improve on it, that is really it's just trial and error. Also, did you when you looked at the optimization, was there a better time period or a better, you don't want to curve fit too much. You don't have that. How many time a day? Time a day might, you can see right off the bat that right, the time of day, 9:30 to 10 o'clock. I would, you're getting most of your alerts, well, you're getting some alerts between 10 and 10:30 also. So after that, I'd probably pack it in. But certainly you're getting a decent win rate in both of these. But you've got a lot. Also, how many? Well, first of all, you can take out the pre, because this is not going to work in the pre-market. I don't think anyway. You're not going to get any alerts in the pre-market using the back tester. So you can probably get rid of that. The other ones, I just don't know. What is the majority of alerts that you're getting? Just you high the day, or any of these other ones triggering? But I don't back test. I just don't back test anymore. So Yeah, you've got so many, you've got so many percentages here that you can play around with. This is the one I'd get rid of that one if you want more. Get rid of the 800,000 shares per day. If you were truly just intraday trading, okay, I'd get rid of that one. After that, that's just going to be trial and error. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 10:20. We have to put a price alert on this one around that 40 level, just a little bit, 30, a little over 38 perhaps for the. All right, what has won some rate? How did that OPCH do? Did it? Yeah, I mean, it pulled back a little bit. I mean, this still looks to me looks interesting. I mean, it's got the room, but remember, for all the reasons why I got hammered down, it was an earnings play. They're still there, but it's trying to put in a little bit of a recovery. And the market, I haven't looked at the market really. So the market is modestly positive. I mean, a SPY. It's not, so it's moving up a bit. And next step, let's take a look at the sectors, okay? You click on New from the toolbar and then click on Dock Channel Bar. Let's click the Show More, go down to the sectors, sector status. So kind of 50-50, guys, in terms of these are the sectors that we're tracking in this top list window, okay? At the very top, NLR. This is let's see if there's any volume. Still no volume on this ETF. So this tracks the uranium and the nuke, okay, the SMRs, etc. But still never really any volume in this one. And what's the worst sector? IYT, shippers, right? Yeah, transportation sector. IYT, the worst one. Silver, not great either. So here's how you can very quickly see what the best performing sector is as we speak. For a second, it can turn around. But what time is it now? 10:23 Eastern time, and the worst performing sector. So, for instance, if you thought about taking out one of these transportation companies, you probably should take a look at the sector, see how it's doing. Unless that company has some news on its own, you'd be going against the sector. Okay, make sense? Same thing with silver. I mean, right now, now now it's trying to come back though. You can see that silver is trying to come back. Look at that 15-minute chart over the VWAP. So a lot of the silver plays may be coming back. Is it Amazon's news? Okay, thank you, William. Creaming the okay. Now here's a way in which you can dive into 11 of the major sectors. We've got industrials, consumer discretionary, etc. So let's take a look. I love to take a look at the ones that have got, really there's not one. Here's energy. I mean, 75% are up. So you can see FANG here. What's the worst one? Nothing dramatic. Just trying to see one that might. So here's well, okay. eBay, of course, is up in the retail. This is potential buyout by GME. You can scroll down though, and what's the worst one? Here's AN down 3.9%. Auto Nation. So for some of you, you might be looking at this and going, you know what? This is how I'm going to use trade ideas. I'm going to go to this channel and I'm going to see number one, what the top best sector is, worst sector is, and then dive into some of these sectors and take a look to see what is the best performing stock and what's the worst performing stock. Okay. I'm not saying that's what you should do, but it's an idea that some, instead of, going to doing anything else. Look at Micron. My goodness, Micron, 7.8% up. And what's the worst one in the tech sector? QComs, okay, AMD. These are some pretty big percentage moves, obviously. Anyway, that's an idea, guys, okay? Just an idea. Estee Lauder, I think I had earnings last week. May the 1st, yeah, May the 1st. And what's the worst one in the retail sector? Monster, is that Monster Beverage? I'm sure Pepe is cheering that one on the way down. As I'm drinking my rain. Clean energy, it says. Clean energy. Well, I drink that too. Oh yeah, I guzzle about eight cups a day, eight glasses a day. All right, guys, 10:28. So, okay, now I'm watching the OPCH. It's had a little pullback. I want to see if it holds 21. If it gets up to 21.15, I may take this one. OPCH, I'm just watching it on this little pullback. There's the VWAP. All right, guys, figs. I'm just looking at figs. This is one that's moving down. It was. Figs was an earnings play. Actually, it's coming up. May 7th is coming up. Okay, how is this ELPW doing? Is it yeah, okay? You know what? I mean, it's still hanging in there. Okay, high was 750 or so, back down to 620, underneath the VWAP. If it takes up the VWAP again, this could have another run. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the price alert a little bit above the VWAP and see if it takes it out again. Okay, guys, I want to go over this race right here. Okay, this is the biggest gainers from the start of the race, the concept of racing. Before I do that, though, I do want to direct you to our user guide. So if you click on my homepage link, because everything I'm going to go over is in the user guide, so it's a great reference. I don't expect people to remember everything I say. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you click on the education section, click on the more info, and then at the top here is our user guide, and there should be, yeah, good. Stretch out enough. TI stock racing, okay? TI stock racing. This is a whole section on TI stock racing. So that's your guide to what I'm going to be talking about. So in this race right here, this is a volatile race. They are very different races right here. I'm running a 4-minute race. Everything is customizable, okay? I'm running a 4-minute race. Whatever time frame you decide you want to run your race on, go ahead. So what does that mean, the CNSP? The CNSP, since the race started, has moved 3.6%, okay? A little bit of a pop here. That's what that means, okay? Since the race started. We're half a minute, but a minute into this race. HGCO, 2.4%. That's what these percentages mean. You can see that NCI is now leading 1.89%, a little pop. Now, in this race, you could see some big percentage moves. This race, not as much. Why is that happening? I'll just check this and make sure something is not going wrong in here. But anyway, the NCI. So what happens is, this is why I think it's pretty interesting, especially for those of you starting out, either race. But even if you're used to trading, this creates a watch list for you automatically. This creates a watch list of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. CNSP has won 12 races, CLNN 4, etc. And that at the top 10 list then for you, just to concentrate all day long, if that's what you want to do. Same thing with this one. Okay. So how would I use this? Well, first of all, you don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on the symbol. You see a race leading or a stock leading, click on it, see what's happening. It may be setting up for your style of trading. You never know until, of course, you click on it. So here's NCI. Steve, what if NCI was actually coming down into this VWAP? That might be something that is of interest to some of you. Here's the HPCO. What is it doing? You see, it is moving down. It's below. So the fact that it's a little bit below the VWAP, you might want to put a price alert a little bit above and see if it takes it out later. Or, there are some shares available for me to short at Interactive Brokers, or some of you might look at that and go, you know what, it's breaking down through the VWAP. I'm going to short it. I'm going to put a stop a little bit above the VWAP. It's an idea. That's all it is. It's an idea. So anything that's won a race, I would also click on and see what's happening. Well, we already clicked on that one. Here's a JetBlue. Let's see what's happening. It's pretty ugly to me, but I mean, it's sort of hanging around the VWAP area. Anything in this list of stocks, you don't have to wait for a stock to win a race or be at the top here. Click on it, see what's happening. And NVC, let's see what's happening. I'm going to run a bit here. So, I mean, does it mean you chase it right now? No, but you might want to put a price alert a little bit below, see if it pulls back into an area that you like. As an example, it's an idea. Okay. This 8 is running away. I wouldn't suggest anybody take this trade right now. But what if it pulls back a bit? You don't have to stare at the chart. Put a price alert. You may have any experience trading. Maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you like. So if it pulls back into that moving average, you want to know about it. Put a price alert. You don't have to stare at the chart. This KK just got halted. So, question: if you're looking at this, new to all this, you should be asking, well, why are these stocks showing up? Why are these stocks showing up in this one? So all races start from a top list window. If I right click in the body of this race and open the top list, and it's a pretty full list. Watch what happens when I right click in this top list window. Right click, launch real-time stock race. All races start from a top list window. So you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. This is what I'm using in this one. Right click, configure. So in this race, I want to see stocks between $1 and $50, trading at least 200,000 shares, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what I want to see. You may have a different idea. You may want to see a different price range, different volume. Maybe you want to add in some filters, take some of these out. That's up to you, of course. But that's what I want to see in this race. So the typical use, and you can still use a top list like this, show me the stocks that are up the most today. As long as the top lists are great, you can sort on any column header that you've got. So in this particular case, I've got the change from the close percent. So that'll be the change from Friday's close. So this one, MNDR, has moved 66% from Friday's close. ELPW, 41%, etc. As long as you have the column header, you double left click quickly and you can sort then on that column header. Change from the open. Opening trade of the day, ELPW from its opening trade of the day has moved 37%. So here's how you can rank stocks. Want to see the stocks that have moved the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most all day. That's how you can use a top list window. I've chosen to sort it right now on the change from the close. So how does the race work? There you go, guys. So there's the ELPW getting a little bit above the VWAP right now. An idea. Trade ideas. Okay. So the race doesn't care where it is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is that since when the race starts, what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks. That's all it cares about. Now, most of the time, because people are following these stocks because they're so active, their relative volume is so huge. They're up a lot. So it should make sense that people are going to be following these stocks all day long. So you're going to see those sort of stocks, probably winning races, all day and at the top of the leaderboard because people are following these. But that does not mean that here's my DXYZ. Come on. Okay, it's up 9%. Okay, but what if all of a sudden it kept really moving? It was up 10%, 15%, 20%. How would I know that? Well, what will happen is in this race, again, race doesn't care where it is in the list of stocks. It just cares what stock has moved the most in the list of stocks. That's all it cares about. Okay? And again, you can modify this race. You can have this race exactly the way I got it, or you can modify it. You can put it in a different price range, a different minimum volume. You can add your own filters, etc. And then you run your race based on your set of parameters. You can also, if you've got a basket of stocks that you like to follow all day long. You can create what we call a symbol list, a watch list, and attach it to the top list, and then run your race based on those. Okay. So it could be the same group of stocks every day. Some of you trade like that, or it could be a different group every day. Maybe you do some evening work and you're looking at stocks that were interesting today, and you say, you know what, I want to follow those tomorrow. So you can create what we call a symbol list, a watch list, attach it to your top list window, and then run the race based on that. That could be another way to use trade ideas. Now, this race is very different. Why? Well, I call it a large cap. This is wide open. Okay, there's no market cap minimum or float minimum. This one has that. So when I right click and open this top list, look how small it is compared to this list. Still fairly big. Sometimes, especially when we get out of earnings season, we'll only see maybe 3 or 4 stocks at a time. Now, doesn't mean that that's it for the day, that these are the only stocks that are going to show up. No. Stocks will come in and out of this list. And why would that be? I right click on configure. This is what I'm looking for in this particular top list window. So this is a different price range, 10 and 70. Same, 200,000 shares and up 2%. But I want the position in the day's range. So this is probably the most restrictive filter that I'm using. I want to see stocks near the high of the day. That's what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. So that's this position in the day's range. If I put 100 right there in the min, that would mean the stock is basically right at the high of the day. So when I put 95 there, that means the stock is going to be near the high of the day. A couple other filters that are restrictive. The market cap has to be at least 500 million. We put it up here. 500 million, and the float has to be at least 50 million. These 3 filters are not here. That's why this is wide open. This is why this is more restrictive. But this is not a static list. As stocks meet the filter requirements, they come in, and as they drop out or stop meeting the filter requirements, they drop out. So, the fact that I wanted to see stocks near the high of the day at 95, if they all of a sudden they start dropping down below that 95, they'll drop out of this list. So hopefully that makes sense. This is not a static list. Now, if I were starting out trading, I would probably take a look at more this type of a race than this one. While this race gives you the ELPWs, which are fabulous if you're on the right side of the trade, but remember, because of that float, 1.38 million in the float, very, very low. These stocks can be very, very whippy. I'm not saying these stocks can't be, but they're just less volatile because of the float and the market cap. Consequently, you're not going to see stocks here. Very rare will you see anything under even 2% on a move. 1% is, I'm not saying it's rare, but it's not normal. Normal, not the right word. It happens, but here, of course, you can see stocks that are moving a lot more. This is the ELPW now up 6% from the start of the race. And what do these numbers mean? That means it's up $2.97 from yesterday's close and 67% from yesterday's close, yesterday now being Friday. That's what these numbers mean, okay? If you have any questions about the racing and all, just let me know. Again, it's all in the guide, all in the guide. Okay, so agentic AI. So agentic AI, are you talking about our premium service, the AI? And swing trade, if you're talking about the $17 a month swing trade package, Tom? Are you talking about the swing trade package? So let me try to address that one first, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, so you've got the swing trade package, okay? Well, I mean, the swing trade package, I mean, I guess it's fairly obvious, right? Now, you don't have to subscribe to it. It's part of the standard service. Hopefully you're not subscribing to it. It's part of the standard service. So maybe I'm going to save you $17 a month if you subscribe to it. I have to know what you got. Do you have Trade Ideas? Do you have a subscription to Trade Ideas, like at least the standard? On. I just need to know if do you have our have you subscribed to at least our standard service? So you created a free account? You haven't then you have not you do not have an account then, or you subscribe to the 17. Okay, so but you subscribe to the $17 a month swing trade package? That's what I want to know. I just need to know that because the swing trade package is it's $17 a month. It's pretty obvious. You're going to get five every month or every week, and with a suggested entry, a stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, will be up to you. If you're more of a swing trader, that's maybe all you need. Just give me a moment. I will be back. Thank you, Max. You're right. I am. I muted myself for a bit. Okay, so unusual, you know that. So yeah, those of you, I'd have to do that again just in case people didn't hear. Well, I know they didn't hear me. Click on New from the toolbar. Click on Dock Channel Bar, and then go to the Show More. And so this swing trading package right there. Some just take this. It's cost $17 a month if that's all you're interested in. You have five potential every week. I think Sunday night or Monday morning before the market opens, you'll get an email, and this is the email that you're getting outlining the potential five of them. How you trade them, if you trade them, is going to be up to you. Now you don't have to if you have our standard service. This is part of the service. Okay, so you don't have to. It's on an additional $17 a month. Thank you, Max. Okay. How do you get just that, or how do you get it from? Are you a subscriber right now, Ron? How do you? Okay, so click on New from the toolbar. Click on New from the toolbar. Okay, and then click on Dock Channel Bar. Part of the standard service. Click on Docked Channel Bar, and then click on the Show More, and then right down here, Swing Picks. Where is it? Right there, Swing Picks. Okay, so you click on Swing Picks, and that's it. There are some people that, for $17 a month, this is all they care about, looking at some swing picks, and that's fine. But it's part of the standard service too. Okay. You get that, Ron? Okay. This helps me, guys, when you ask. Okay, thank you. When you ask a question that just give me a heads up that I can move on. Thank you. So again, Con, I mean, the standard service it depends on your style of trading. I mean, I don't know if you want to be more of a day trader, if you want to be more of a swing trader. Do you have any trading experience though? Okay. Do you have an idea about what you're looking for as a day trader? I mean, I've got the things that I'm sharing, a momentum scan, a gap scan. You can take a look at those. I mean, to start, all you would need is our standard service. Okay. All you need. If you have an idea about what you're looking for, you want to take some of my scans, you just need the standard service. Okay, so 156 in terms of an audible alert here, you're talking about this. Okay, so quick check. Make sure you don't have that sound icon. You see between Brokerage Plus and Ideas Surfing. Make sure there's not a slash through it. Number one, that could be the very quick fix. I just want to make sure there's not a slash through that. See what I'm pointing at, right? Because this is just a toggle on and off. Okay, did you check that? Make sure there's not a slash through that sound icon. 156. It just helps me to know if you've checked this or not, because then I can move on. Or can you see what I'm trying to show you? There's not a slash. Okay, so because that would turn all your sounds off. Okay, number one. All right. Now you're looking at this window, right? You're not talking about the long-term AI. You're talking about this window here. Where this is how I follow the AI alerts. I'm talking about this. Okay. So this is the window we're talking about. So right click in actions. Now, before I keep going, Are you able to put sound alerts on your other windows, like on other alert windows or your price alert window? Are you able to put sound alerts on them? In other words, are there sound alert? No. Okay. This could be a computer thing on your end, okay? But because it's pretty simple, because it could be on your end, you might have to go to your little sound icon, that I can't show you it. It's on my computer to make sure that that. Are you getting sound on anything else? Like if you go to YouTube or whatever, are you getting sound? Make sure that you haven't somehow toggled sound off on your computer, just to make sure, okay? Because I mean, Trade Ideas obviously, I mean, it requires that you haven't. Man, oh man. Now this other thing about plus IBR interactive IBR connection takes the whole platform. Means now all position. I don't understand what that means when you say it takes the whole platform. I don't know what you mean by that, Nick Kama. If you can, I mean, in about an hour, Chris is going to be in our take over for me in our YouTube room. Got a lot more experience with interact like B plus, but I don't know what you mean by the interactive brokers connection takes the whole platform. I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, here's my brokers plus. I just don't know what you mean by that. Doesn't give you an idea how to trade, Ron. No, the swing just tells you here's a suggested entry, and here's your stop. Okay. Well, Ron, if like the FSLY, okay, but in the email you get, it sort of outlines like what was the reason? What was the reason for FSLY? And here's your suggested entry and a stop. I mean, it's sort of laid out. I'm glad you asked that question, Nick Kama, because I think people get very confused about this Brokers Plus. You do not need to use Brokers Plus to trade with Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas is a scanner. Okay, let, let, let me help Ron first, okay, Nick Kama. If you click on new from the toolbar, and then click on dock channel bar, and click on the show more, and then go down to the swing picks, you may not get the email, but this is what you're going to see. This is basically the email that people get. Okay, so let's take a look at the FSLY. You said FSLY was one of them. Okay, look for a move above 28.42. Consider placing a stop at 23.14. Okay, this gives you a little bit of an idea about why they're talking about it. Okay, okay. So when you click on that channel, now if you're not seeing this, it maybe it popped. Yeah, simple enough. Thank you. It's simple enough. That's what people get. They get an email with all this in, but if you're part of the standard service, you get this. Not, sometimes it's maybe hidden behind the channel. For instance, if I click on this, you can't see it. So I guess for some, it might be hidden behind the channel. They don't see it. Or maybe if you have multiple monitors, it could have showed up on another monitor. But here it is. Now, how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, again, up to you. So our AI looks like this, okay? I mean, This will give you, you still have to know how to trade, okay? But this gives you an entry, it gives you a stop. How you trade it will be up to you, though. Okay, here's a short for the forward, 1759, not bad, 1693 right now, okay? But it still requires that you have some idea about trading. When you get these alerts happen automatically, there's nothing for you to do. This is what we call our AI, okay? And it is part of the standard service. But if you say you've got some trading experience, I would probably start off with the standard service. I mean, you can take this down the road if you want, but this is part of the premium service, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. But it's like anything else. When the alert happens, doesn't mean you absolutely take the trade. This window will be blank every day until 9:40, minimum of 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40. In this case, we could get a couple. So I don't know if it meets your, if it's something you want to try, you can of course try it. But again, don't think that just because you get an alert, you just pile into the trade. But some people, like the idea of having, without having to do any work at all, you get delivered these symbols. Sometimes, I mean, right now there are 5 of them. Some days you'll get 10. Some days there's no. I don't know what the average is. So let me get back. You do not need to use Brokers Plus to trade. Okay, you do not. Trade Ideas is a scanner. That's what we are first and foremost. Okay, doesn't matter who you're using as a broker, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, Kama, instead of whatever's happening, you can create what we call. We have. If you click on Tools and then External Linking, you can establish a link. This is nothing to do with Brokers Plus, okay, B Plus. You can establish a link with your broker, which I've done. Interactive Brokers, I've established a link. What that means for me is that when I click on a symbol, I click on ALKT, and I get an order entry. It goes right into my order entry into Interactive Brokers. From there, I trade it. Okay? From there, I trade it. It's got nothing to do with Brokers Plus. Okay? And we can connect with that external linking tool with many brokers. But we have it's very simple with interactive brokers, but we can connect with many brokers. How much is the daily stock tip? Are you talking about the free trade of the week, which is free? Is that what you're talking about? The GSF? And there's no daily. It's just a stock. It's just a trade of the week. There's no daily. And here, these are not stock tips. Okay, everything you're seeing here, these are ideas. So you're not going to get a list. Okay, you're not going to get a list of stocks. You're not going to get a list of stocks, from Trade Ideas daily to trade, if that's what you're talking about. Now, in theory, this is going to generate a list of stocks for you to take a look at. This is our AI, okay, and it's automatically created for you. There's nothing for you to do. It is part of the premium service, but you still have to know how to trade them, okay? Just because you get an alert doesn't mean that you just take the trade. No, you can connect to TradingView also, and also to trade also to interactive brokers. Yes. Now, if you're talking about trading interactive brokers from trading, I can't answer that. That's not our program. So, but you can connect to TradingView and you can connect to Interactive Brokers at the same time. But if you're talking about when a stock shows up in TradingView, then can you trade it? Can you trade it from? I have no idea. I mean, I don't, it's not mine. It's it's not our service, so I can't tell you that. But I can tell you that if you click on a symbol in Trade Ideas, and it'll show up in your order entry in Interactive Brokers. Yeah, it's pretty simple. You just follow these rules, okay? Tools, external linking, and I've got Interactive Brokers, but you'll see if you've never done it before, you add the link, click on Add Link. You see where it says while keeping this window active, mouse over the target window. So I put my pointer right in the order entry, okay, in Interactive Brokers, and then I hit the Shift key, and that establishes the link to start. The other thing you have to do though is right now this rules is grayed out for me. You will click on rule. There's a drop down menu, and you will pick Interactive Brokers Live, and that's it. Okay, I can't. It's grayed out for me because I am already connected. But if you do it, that rule, you'll be able to click that little down arrow, and you just select Interactive Brokers Live and say, okay, now you're connected. And then every time you click on a symbol, it's going to load into your Interactive Brokers platform, and then from there you can trade it. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for swing picks, I mean, Andy does send out a again. You have to know how to trade them, but I guess Andy does send out. Excuse me, his Trader's Eye or something. Excuse me. What you're seeing here is really for people who want to intraday trade. Okay, this is designed for intraday trading. We're fabulous at that. Now, Andy has an idea about his swing picks that he sends out. We do have swing ideas, but you know, really, the power of this program is for intraday trading. Okay, so in about a little less than an hour, about 50 minutes from now, Chris Farley will take over for me in our YouTube room. And so if you've got Brokers Plus questions, okay, anybody out there with because I don't use it, and I know it can get very finicky, but Chris, is a guy who he sees all the questions that come in, and he has to figure out, okay, why is this happening? And so if you can hang on, for those of you who have got Brokers Plus and want to try to use it to trade, but again, it is not mandatory you use Brokers Plus to trade. The only reason to use Brokers Plus, in my opinion, is if you have your own strategy and you want to auto trade it, okay? Because then you need to be using Brokers Plus. Very few of our customers auto trade. Very few. Auto trading is something, it's a very super advanced topic. I've never auto traded. I never will. That's not up to us, 160, it's your broker, okay? There's no we're a scanner, okay? We're a scanner first and foremost. Whatever your broker tells you is the minimum account size. It's got nothing to do with auto trading. It's what you're, if you're now I know in the States, eventually you guys are getting rid of that PDT rule. Okay, unusual. Well, but I think the power trade ideas, I mean, you can find swing picks, without using a trade. I mean, I want to tell people not to use trade ideas to find swing picks. But look, the majority of our customers are using trade ideas for intraday trading. That's all. But you're right. I mean, you can use trade ideas to find swing ideas. You mean an auto trade size? In other words, a minimum of $5,000 a trade or 100 shares a trade? Yes, you can. 160? Yes, you can. What is SKK? Nope, no idea. It's not a news halt. SKK, it is not a news halt, I guess. No idea. SKK's been halted since what, 1015? Yeah, it's a long halt, obviously. No idea. It does seem to have some news here, since the halt. It seems more like a news halt. Signs a definitive asset purchase agreement with Brentiso. Okay, so maybe that's the reason why it's a long halt. You want to find stocks with intraday relative strength and relative weakness versus the SPY. Well, I mean, relatively, regardless of whether, I mean, the SPY right now depends. I mean, the SPY is down a little bit for the day, right? I mean, I wouldn't call this super, but I mean, if the SPY was down a lot, I mean, I would just use any sort of momentum scan, okay, and with a relative volume and stocks that are really moving up and counter to the SPY. I mean, that's pretty simple. The Qs, I mean, basically the same thing. The Qs are moving down, you're just finding stocks that are moving up. Any sort of a scan that is showing your stocks making new highs of the day or up, 5% or 10%, some big percentage up, running counter to what the SPY is doing. But intraday relative strength, I mean, the relative volume filter is probably our most powerful filter. So, relative volume right now, well, let's take a look at another one, the BZAI. I mean, 6. I mean, that means what that 6 means. It's trading 6 times normal up to this time of day. It's 11:14 right now. Okay, so if the market was moving down, overall, the market moving down, and you saw a stock that had a high relative volume of, whatever that number is going to be, whatever number you want to think is a high relative volume, and it's up, 33% for the day. Obviously, that's a stock that is, definitely, of course, moving completely against the market and relative. But today, the market is just sort of flat. I mean, the market is just kind of flat. Days where the SPY is up a lot or down a lot, you just look for stocks that are running counter to those, and that's pretty simple to find. That makes sense? I mean, you could use, in theory, a SPY filter. I mean, in a scan, you could say, okay, um, I'll just use the SPY. So the change in 5 minutes, I mean, if you're really going intraday, either the change today, which is going to be either, but you could say, okay, the change in 5 minutes, whatever number you think would be. I mean, you're not going to get big moves, obviously, percent wise, but so if the SPY was moving up all of a sudden in 5 minutes, and you had a scan that was showing stocks moving down in 5 minutes, I suppose. I think you're going to get really you're going to get really. I think it's just better to take a look at the overall SPY. That's why I have my SPY chart. Keeping an eye on the SPY chart, and you start to see moves down below the VWAP. Okay, maybe this SPY is getting a little weak, and stocks that are still strong. I mean, that's pretty obvious what stocks are still strong, and not just these low floaters. I mean, these are larger cap stocks. Am I talking about? I'm not talking about the money machine at all, Ozzy. Are you talking to 160? I mean, listen, this is a brief glimpse into auto trading. Again, this is not a topic that most of our customers do. Okay, you would have to put a. I know I'm getting this error message. You would have to back test your own strategy. Okay, you have to say, oh well, I can't help you then if you can't see my screen. I'm sorry. Is there a reason why you can't? Maybe you should do a refresh or change browsers or something because I can't post all this. I can't text it. Oh, you can see it now? Okay. Again, using the position, I mean, you can try that. Chris may have a better idea about using the position and range from the spot. I mean, I've never even tried that. Especially, I mean, on a day like today, it'd be almost useless, okay? Because, I mean, the spy is just not moving very much, okay? But, I mean, if you're just looking for stocks that are trading abnormally, I mean, just use the relative volume filter. Stocks that are up the most today are down the most today, regardless of what the spy is doing, in my opinion, okay? Okay, so the first thing you would have to do is you have to create your own strategy, and then you back test it. Now you're not going to see it here, but you'd have to back test your own strategy, and you'd have to say, okay, maybe this might be good. Back test it, run it in the simulator, see if it really is making money for you. That's the first thing. And then what you would do is you would pull it in here. You would right click, load from the cloud. You'd load your strategy into this window here. Again, you can kind of see right now why most don't do it. But imagine this strategy was in here now. But remember, you've back tested it. You've used the back tester, and you've decided, yeah, after back testing it for. And if you're going to say, well, what strategy would back test well? That's up to you. Okay, we can't help there, and that's why back testing is a tedious. It takes a lot of time. If you've got the time, and it can be fun. Don't get me wrong, it can be fun, but you've got to have the time and the inclination to do it. So that would be the first step. So imagine this were one of them. Okay, I don't even know what this means. Repeat moving higher. Okay, doesn't really matter. But imagine that was a strategy. Now you've got to go in and edit your trading strategy. And here's where you start talking about, okay, my entry time. When is that going to be? How long am I going to hold it? Order details. This is where you would put position sizing. There are fixed shares. I got 1,000 shares here, or 100 shares, fixed dollars. This is, and then you've got to, your limit offset. Okay, you get an alert. Let's say you get an alert at $10, but it's moving very quickly. How far outside that $10 are you willing to take it? 5 cents, 10 cents. So in other words, if would you take it at 10:05, even though the alert was at $10? There's a lot of things into this. It's a super advanced topic. I'm not saying don't do it, but if you go to the guide, you can see there's all that information is in there. And your hold time, how long you're going to hold it. Okay, here's the risk management, where you're going to put a stop loss. There's a lot to it. Okay. All right, guys. Well, look, I love the questions. Lots of questions. I haven't been able to really do much. The only thing I've really done is add to the DXYZ, but that's a wild one. Whether it works or not on that IPO, the SpaceX IPO. I've been I've been taking a position. I talked to Steve about this one. I gave him the idea a few weeks ago. But yeah, and so just around that 30 level. And the one I wanted, and well, I could have worked out a little bit was the OPCH, but it is coming down again, so I did not ended up not taking that one. So I really haven't done much. The ELPW, I mean, I was trying to figure out a way to trade this, but I got distracted a bit. But you can see right here that it got into the VWAP right there, and a little pop above the VWAP would have been a nice little trade. I don't really have, I mean, a stop. Understand that why I'm doing it is because it has a little piece of of the SpaceX IPO that's supposed to be coming out in June. Okay, so am I swinging it? Yeah, just in case, because if it's truly a 1 point whatever $2 trillion IPO, even the little percent that it's got, and it's under 1%. Let's put it this way: if it went to zero, it won't kill me. How's that? So I mean, that's not my stop in theory, but I'm certainly not. I'm not saying I've been talking about this for several weeks now. It's just a wild card. Well, this stock has just been hanging around the VWAP all day. The band. I see. It's pulling back quite a bit. Got into the 40s, and now it's around 38 for the. But again, this is not a day trade for me. I'm just sort of just a wild, just a hunch, and that's it. Yeah, the next high, this of course is reverse split adjusted, guys, for ELPW, 100 $200, reverse split adjusted though. I just wouldn't overcomplicate it, Max, in terms of trying to time a stock that, when the SPY is down. I mean, look at these. The large cap gainers from the start of the race, as an example. This is a great one to use. This race right here and generating these symbols is a great one to use, especially if the SPY is down, because these are stocks, these are large cap stocks. Right now, I mean, the SPY is getting hit a bit. Somebody said missiles or whatever, but um, but these are large cap stocks that are near the high of the day, and that the SPY is moving down. As an example, okay. I mean, you could just take this race right now. TSN is obviously it doesn't care what the SPY is doing or the market's doing right now anyway. Now, probably not that one is, but HESM, it's an energy play. So I mean, again, if we're whatever's happening, it can affect the price of oil. This is not one, but here's HR. I mean, so you look. I mean, these stocks are running counter to the market right now. Okay, these stocks right here in this race. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:28. So in about half an hour, I'll be taking a break. Chris Farley, and so all these questions about if it's to do with brokerage plus, chart trading, even. Chris, way more experience than I do, and that doesn't take much because I've never done it. Yeah, look at the ALPW now challenging that 10 level. The next, where is the next high, even on a weekly chart? Back this out a bit so I can. So the next high on a weekly level is $39, guys. No, I'm not saying it's getting there, but I mean that's what. And I don't see any news on it. I think it's just low flow China stock groups somewhere. I've got a hold of this, and it's showing up on our scanners, of course. Because most of my scans are showing stocks near the high of the day. Okay. I can't help you there, 160. Okay, DXYZ. I mean, this is just a wild card for me. Okay, you've got to understand why I'm even doing it. It's because they have a little piece under 1% of the SpaceX IPO. Okay, and if it comes out in June and the IPO is worth 1.2 trillion, in theory, that should help that company. Is so okay. So it's pulling back a bit. But that's the reason why, 9 okay, because, the daily chart because it's already at most of these stocks that I'm looking at are at the high of the day. So I have to look at the weekly high. I don't see it there, then the monthly high, that's why. No, okay, but understand that's 16%. That's what don't let the 16%, that's 16% of their portfolio, okay, unusual. It is not 16% of the SpaceX. They have less than 1%, okay? What this company does is they invest in different companies, okay? In their portfolio, SpaceX SpaceX is 16% of their portfolio, okay? Okay? Oh, no, no, I'm sorry. I will look at the daily high, of course, if I see it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Of course, I'll look at the daily high first if I can see where the next high is. I can't see it there. That's why in the day, you see, on the daily high for EO, I'd have to scroll back and back and back and back. I'm not going to do that. I'll take a look on the weekly chart. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I should have. Yeah, I misunderstood. Okay, so whose portfolio? So this company called DX. If you look at what they do, okay, it is explained. Well, I don't know why the business summary is not showing up for it, but let me see if I can load it again. Yeah, well, from what I gather, they invest in companies. Okay, they don't really have a business of their own other than investing in companies. So in their portfolio, say if you look at their portfolio, SpaceX is 16% of their portfolio. They have other companies they've invested in. I don't know what they are. Okay. So in their portfolio, but they they own, according to anything what we've read, they do have, a, and that 16% of their portfolio translates to less than 1% of the actual IPO of the SpaceX. But if it's going to be a 1.2 or whatever value trillion valuation, the less than 1%, it should help the stock. So that's why it's active right now, I guess, because if that IPO is due to come out in June, but I listen, this is just something a wild card for me. Okay, it's not. I don't usually swing anything, but it's just a hunch. That's why I can't tell people what's a good entry. I mean, look at right here, the VWAP, maybe comes back into the VWAP and holds it. I'm sure I'm not alone. Yeah, but I don't know anything. I don't know anything then anybody can read, and everybody can read and find out about that company a little bit more. Okay. No, I understood. I thought that's what you meant, Dan Orr. So you see Max Mayer in our YouTube room. I mean, look at CYTK. I mean, look at the market. Look at the market, and this is running counter to the market. You don't need any special scan. I mean, this is just a race showing stocks near the high of the day, large cap stocks near the high of the day, which in theory follow the market, right? So they're running counter to the market right now. You don't need any. What I don't think you really have to do much more other than have a spy chart up, looking at it, and you can see when the market is starting to slide a bit. Again, if you want this race, you can have it. And if you don't want the race itself, you can just open the top list and you can see the stocks. You can just see the stocks. These are all stocks near the high of the day, large cap stocks near the high of the day and they're running counter to the market right now. Now, how about the Xanadu, guys? It didn't win any races. I don't think it won any races. Okay. Well, I know why it wouldn't because it's down for the day. And both those races, the stocks have to be up for the day. But let's see what it's doing. Okay. It had a tremendous bounce off the lows. It is pulling back now into the VWAP is around, underneath 14. I wonder if it can go down a little bit more and see if that VWAP holds it. I'm going to put a price alert a little bit above the VWAP and see if it gets even closer to it. And maybe it might bounce off it. And if it and it's not short, oh shoot, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So all right, guys, 11:40. So I have another 20 minutes left or so before Chris takes over for me in our YouTube room. All right, IMDX. Let's take a look at this one. IMDX is up over 5, the psychological number through the 200-day moving average. Next high in a monthly is 586. Let's take a look at it. See what I mean? And see it on the daily. So I'm going to go back a little bit and see 497 is the high there. 559. So it's a little bit of room on the weekly chart. This IMDX. Probably a low. It's not a super low float. Not a low float, 26 million, not high, but it's not low. Any news on it? I don't see any news on it. I'm just checking, scanning my headlines. This is not CFA drugs. So this is actually kind of interesting. I mean, it's hanging over 4. It's over the VWAP. The VWAP's around 5. This is, I'm talking about the IMDX. IMDX. It has some room to 559 on the weekly chart. The volume is, yeah, great, 20. Hey guys, Xanadu on the move here. XNDU on the move. Trying to hold this level, trying. The high today was way up there at 16. So all right, guys, I know we looked at this one earlier, this quick logic. So here's what it's doing. It's coming right into the VWAP. Will the VWAP hold it? And forget about it. Well, the spread was 1809, 1831. It's not a great spread at all. Again, the bid ask difference. You ask to forget about it. Was getting very keen to see if that held and would it bounce to take the trade. But the spread is preventing me from doing anything with it right now. So you can see how it's coming into the VWAP. The purple line on my chart, that's the VWAP. Well, let's see how much ELPW is pulling back. Is it pulling back to the VWAP? Okay, well, it's pulling back. That's a big pullback. I mean, it got up to what, 10 something and pulling back to right to the VWAP. So will it hold it? I mean, that's the thing. Will it hold the VWAP? So, I mean, if a person were looking at this and thinking, okay, I'll take this trade, I'll take it right now. I'm telling you to do it. And then you put your stop loss underneath the VWAP if it doesn't work. So you're in at say 832, and the VWAP is at around 813 or so. So you put a price alert, put your stop, I don't know, 811, just underneath it. So you've got a, what about a 30-cent stock? So did that mean you made an inputting error, William? You wanted to buy the calls and you went long the puts? Is that like an inputting error? Like going long instead of short or vice versa? Uh, yeah, yeah, you have to have your wits about you when you're trading. No, I've done it, we've all done it at some point. Not necessarily with options and all, but I got out of a trade that I thought I was getting out of a trade, and basically I doubled my position. So let's say I had like 500 shares of a stock and I wanted to sell it, and I accidentally hit buy. So now I've got 1,000 shares. I don't realize it. I start looking at my P&L and going, no, sometimes it works out okay. And I'm going, what the heck is going on? Because I'm usually only in one trade at a time anyway. Or I can turn a long into a short accidentally. Maybe I had 200 shares of something, and for whatever reason, I think I have 400, and I sell 400, get out of the position. So I get out of that long, and now I created a 200 share short. It can happen. Boy, I mean, you sweat when you look at your P&L. You don't understand what's going on. Well, that's why I know you don't look at your P&L, but every now and then it's a good idea to look just in case you've made a mistake. Ah, okay. I see what happened, William. Yeah. I don't find it's a big frustration, but you're in a lot of trades at the same time, right? I'm in only in that one trade, and I'm not glued to it, but I look at the chart, and that's telling me what to do. So it's oh, I thought you were in more trades at the same time. Guys, Xanadu worked very nicely off that break right here. Kind of held the VWAP area. Doesn't have to touch it. It's just a VWAP area. Give me a moment, guys. Ah, see, I almost made a mistake. I was trying to buy something and I clicked the sell button instead. All right, guys, it's 11:51, so I better get prepared. Sometime Chris surprises me and comes in early. He's going to be taking over for me in our YouTube room. So I'm going to put my announcement up. I'm still here, of course, until he shows up, and I'll put the YouTube link in. So anybody out there with all these brokerage plus type questions or chart reading or trading off the chart, you know, please go to our YouTube room in about five or 10 minutes. And Chris has way more experience than I do. And again, I always say the bar is low because I have none. And then here is the link to get into YouTube. Whoops, sorry. In YouTube, I get rid of that one. There's no you guys don't have to go anywhere in YouTube. Chris will take over for me in our YouTube room. How is the critical minerals doing? CRML. Yeah, pretty nice. This is the trade of the week. 1313 or 13, I think was the trigger, right? Or 1311. Whoa, AKAN guys just got halted. Big one to get halted. And it is a volatility halt. It is not a news halt. This had earnings. No, it did not have earnings. It got actually I'm wrong. I thought it was down on this is no, it had a nice 3 days and now it's popping again here, guys. AKAN is popping again. I had that one thumbnailed and I've been watching it this morning. It got right into the 200-day moving average, that blue line right there, and now it's halted on the way up. It's rare that we get stocks of this price range halted for volatility. Usually they're more like news halts, but I don't see that it's a news halt. However, let's take a look at this. So early in the day, trading lower after Fugazi Research issued a report on the company. So I guess that was the reason for the weakness this morning, which is what I saw. So I mean, well, yeah, we're very weak, but it's trying to pop here. So maybe the company is going to come out with saying, hey, these guys are crazy or something like that. And they were going to refute everything. Usually it's not the same day that they come out with something like that, or we're going to sue these guys, or at any rate, his stock is really popping now, AKAN. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys. So the AKAN. I don't know if the company's come out with some kind of a letter saying, you know what, these guys from Fugazi, we're going to sue them, or we're going to basically point by point take them apart. I don't know. But that was a big pop from 40 to 45, just like that. All right, guys. So 11:57. So just waiting for Chris to show up. No, I don't see that either. I don't see that either, William. I'm just checking my headlines here. I do not see it. And just talking about they're halted. But, typically that could be the reason. That's all. It could be the reason. But, look at the run it's had. I mean, this went from, of course, I didn't realize it was one of the crazy low floaters. There would be no reason. 385 up to $79. Okay. For some reason, I thought this company was a little more legitimate. I forgot that this was that crazy low floater from last week. And not just last week. Well, last week, yes. And the week before. Anyway, we'll have to see how it opens. And it just opened. So where did it open? It opened. So it was halted at what? 45.36. And it is starting to run a little bit. Not much. That's right. I remember now. They couldn't even get a quorum for their special meeting. I remember that now. That was kind of weird news that came out. But right now it's just a trading vehicle. And look at it move. All traders are looking at right now is the fact that it hit $78 on Friday. It's all that's all they care about right now. Doesn't matter whether this company is legit or not. Okay, guys. So I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Xanadu, guys, a challenge of 15 now coming up. XNDU. All right, I heard a little pop, so I'm pretty sure that means Chris has shown up in our YouTube room. So, guys, in the main room, we'll see you in about 1 hour, 1 p.m. Eastern time. We'll come back. So I'm going to mute myself now in the main room. And now I'm going to welcome Mr. Christopher Varley to our YouTube room. And Chris, I hope that I told everybody at Trade Ideas to load up on DXYZ. And I know you did that with DXYZ. I know you did that, right?
I actually just ordered my Lamborghini.
Good for you. Crazy story, though. Are you familiar with the story?
No.
Okay. So here's the story about DXYZ. Take a look at it, or Z. Take a look at it. So this is one of those little holding companies, okay, and they make investments in so they don't do anything other than make investments.
Right.
So in their own portfolio, they have about their own portfolio. 16% of it is this SpaceX. And SpaceX is supposed to be doing this IPO in June. This 1.2 or 3 trillion IPO, and it's definitely going to happen. It's not no, whether it's June or not,
Yeah.
but they own about less than 1% of the actual IPO. Now it's 16% of their own portfolio, but less than one. But still, less than 1%, if it does happen, of a $1.2 trillion stock is something. And so that is what we're that's the idea behind it. So I've taken some, I told Steve about this about 3 weeks ago, and he got all excited. So he took some under 30. I don't have a lot, but it's one of those wild ones that I've decided, you know what, I'm just going to take some, and my stop is 0. So anyway, I just thought I was hoping that maybe, because it is at a nice move from the 30 level now.
Yeah, that's a hefty move in a few days here, without a question.
So it's all rumor. Well, I shouldn't say rumor. I mean, the SpaceX IPO is definite. I mean, that's
Right.
definitely going to happen, whether it's in June or not. You're familiar with this SpaceX IPO, right? A little bit. Nope.
Oh yeah. Good. So,
Okay, so
Tesla
you're
related.
familiar with it, and it's
It's
supposed to
all
be like
Elon Musk.
exactly. And it's supposed to be like 1 point something trillion dollar valuation once it IPOs at whatever price. So anyway, I'll leave you now.
Fair enough.
With that, okay.
Well, I got to
I'll be
swap the
back.
screen. Sounds good. All
Yeah.
right. Thanks, Barry. We'll see you in a little
Okay.
bit. Take
Bye.
care. So, all right, everybody. Happy Monday to you all. Barry making his way out. Quite a move, as he mentioned there, on EXYZ. He's got to be feeling pretty good about that. I always like to see that. Daryl, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. So again, happy Monday to you all. Open forum as per usual here. No pre-done content. Again, as usual, rely on you folks to drive the content with your questions, what you're looking for, trying to do with the software, so on and so forth. So don't be shy. Get those questions in for me. We'll get rocking and rolling on those here. Give it a moment, see what can roll in or doesn't roll in. So just saw it come in. Are you able to do anything for the email I sent for Barry's? No, I don't work in billing, Justin. So that's off to the billing group there. That 30% ended a couple of weeks ago now. So I don't know what they will or will not do with that. I know we currently have a 25% off. Also, per our billing policy, I know that all discounts are supposed to be for the first month or year. Discounts don't apply to reoccurring subscriptions, but that's not my department. No, I don't send it off to them. It's a general email box when there's accounts and billing questions. Those, I don't go over those. They just, the accounts team takes those and they do what they do with those. I just look for the software questions. So you should hear from someone at some point today if you had sent one in there. Info@trade-ideas.com. That's where everything should always be directed to. I know sometimes you copy my personal email on there. I almost never check that. I really rarely check that. So, just always send it to the info at, I'll type it here. So you could ship that off there. I saw you had multiple emails in today. One of them disappeared, so I assume that means it was assigned to someone from the accounts team. The other one I responded to. So just looking over boxes here. Yeah, so I see you have one in here about that, and it's assigned to the accounts team. So someone from the accounts team will be replying back to you shortly with that. Yeah, the only thought I have on that myself, I'm not a developer, so I really just shoot at the dark on things based on some other stuff that I've seen. I know you're up in Canada, and I don't know what your Windows settings look like for the region, for decimal points, language, so on and so forth. So on occasion, I have seen some international users have some oddities, nothing like what you're showing right now, but I've seen some indicator issues in the past. It's been several years since I've seen that, but it was related to, it was Bollinger Band specific, and it was a handful of international users. When I say handful, I want to say 3 or 4 had an issue. I think it had something to do with the decimal point and number formatting. What was really odd for us is the fact that, we've got a lot of international users and only 4 seem to have been impacted, or if more were impacted, they weren't using Bollinger Bands and no one ever reached out about it. So that's the one thing that I could think of is, look into that on your end if you wanted to explore anything. But I have a ticket into the development team, and every Tuesday and Thursday when I meet with them, any ticket that's open, I put it out there and poke them about it. So again, anybody with questions on the software, feel free. Don't be shy. Get those in for me. We're here to assist with those. That is the purpose of this format. No, I'm not in DXYZ. Nope. I really kind of just use one scan for my swing trading. This scan here, I call it my evening scan. I just go through the charts on this, each day. It depends on my schedule, my personal schedule, but I go through this and just give a yep, nope on these, and charts that I really like, go on a short list for me to track and see if I can find a setup getting into them that I like. I'm really picky about it. I don't I don't mess around. If something sets, if something I like all of a sudden just takes off, it's gone without me. I like to wait for things and be patient for them to set up. So I don't rush anything like that. That's just my, my personal sense. While I understand, the software at a very high power user level, I don't know that there's anybody that uses software in a more simplistic form than I do at this point. So I'm always happy to share that scan, of course. Find it here. So there it is, if you are interested, and just to go over what I'm doing in it. So I'm looking at stocks above $11 or above, relative volume of one, traded at least 750,000 shares on the day. I'm really looking for more than that at this point. I just never bothered to update it. And they got to be 75% above the low of their 20-day range, and they got to be 75% above the low of today's range. So, generally I'm scanning either in the late evening with this or the very early morning before the market opens, and just looking at charts, trying to find something that I like the chart setup on it. So I'll go through a few charts here and see if there's anything I like. This AGRO I like. Nope, that's the wrong button. Come on, drawing tool. Take your time. There we go. So, what I like about this is, all right, we've got this big run up here and it pulled back, but it held that big breakout area and bounced off of that. So that's the kind of setup that I like right there. It's not far off a lifetime high. Got that obviously right there. I use a daily chart and a 60-minute chart and weekly charts. I have up here a 5-minute chart for display reasons. That's just to fill up space. I would never look at anything under a 60-minute chart for what I do. So, when I'm scanning in the morning, I'm looking at weekly 60 or weekly daily 60 like that. I don't really use any indicators outside of this period low of 20. I have, a VWAP and EMA on these charts just because, like I said, it doesn't get more basic than me. When my eye just gets drawn to where it seems like price is, battling, inflection points like that. Like you can see right here, this is a major area. Look at it back here, here. So my eye looks for those kinds of areas as possible supports and resistances and so on and so forth. Subscribe to the Leonardo da Vinci Simplicity is the Ultimate Sophistication model. No, I don't think it's more. It's built for, it's got 500 different data points that are in there. There's a lot of different things people can build and do. I just settled on something that was more simplistic. That's all. There's daily Bollinger Bands, positions in different ranges, different average volumes. I mean, there's a ton in there. It's about finding what you want out of it, though. There's an incredible amount of data points that are in here to build things from. I think when it comes to swing trading, personally, I'd be more focused on filters and less on alerts personally. But, you've got, a lot of stuff you can consider. Do you want to do you want stocks with or without volatility, yearly standard deviation, average true range? You've got, all these ranges here on larger daily time frames. Consecutive candles on 60, 30, 60 minute and days. Someone might consider some of these things. Change in the NASDAQ or S&P today or the Dow today. All things that people might consider in their swing trading. Different pivots. You got VWAP anchored all the way back for a few days. Some might use some of these change in previous day for part of their swing trading, change in 5-day, 10-day, 20-day, change over a year, change since January 1st. Position in all these different longer term ranges. Daily RSI, 60-minute RSI, 60-minute Bollinger Band, daily Bollinger Band. ADX, DI, and these are all things that I would look more at swing trading for. Well, then you've got a whole slew of SMAs. Yeah, our data starts at 4 a.m. Eastern, stops at 8 p.m. Eastern. There are some data points that do not work in the outside regular hours. If you're a subscriber and you want a rundown on any of that, just email here to info@trade-ideas.com and say, hey, I'm looking for some pre-market scanning info, and I'll send you over what I've got a few different things I'd send you over for that. And then, if you're a swing trader that considers any of the fundamentals, there's a whole bunch of fundamental stuff in here as well. And you got all this different fundamental stuff that you might consider as well for swing trading. I'm not a fundamentals person. I don't include it in anything that I do whatsoever. Yes and no on the crossovers. So we have some crossovers. We have a few built-in ones here. All right. However, the problem with the built-in crosses on these here for the SMAs is they have a built-in volume qualifier on them. So one, until the candle of this, whatever you're looking at for the time frame, until that candle closes, you can't get an alert. And then second, the volume qualifier has to be satisfied. And until the candle closes and that's satisfied, you won't get the alert. So what I've told people instead is build your own cross like this. So this is how I would build a cross alert. I would say, all right, let's just say, for example, I'm building, let's go with all filters here. Let's go SMA, and I wanted to build the 5 on the 5 crossing the 8 on the 5. So I would take that 5-5, add that filter, and I would bracket price around it. So I would say, don't want to see stocks that are, we can make kind of tight, less than 0.15% below. And I don't want to see stocks that are more than 0.15% above for that. And then I would take the next SMA that I'm crossing, and I would do the exact same thing, minus 0.15 and then 0.15. And so now we're going to see stocks that are either about to crossing or just cross those two SMAs. And you need an alert for the catalyst to get the alert. And so at that point, there's a few different options that we could run with on that. You could do a new high on the day, but I doubt you're going to be looking for a new high on the day with a cross alert. That's just not generally how crosses work. You could consider any and all of the running up family, or running down if you're crossing down. So you could select one or more of those, and you might consider a 5-minute high alert as well here. So you could use, one of the crossing ups or one of the running ups or anything like that, and the 5-minute high. No, you cannot modify. You can't modify any of our data points. Our data points are hard coded. That's what makes us different than a lot of other software that you could find out there. We're real time, and you don't have to write any of this yourself. But it also limits you to being stuck with what we have. So, there's other software companies out there where you have to literally write all and do all the math to create everything. We've taken that, step out for folks so that they can just come in and start picking stuff and going at it. So the general rule is if you don't see it here in the search, we don't have it. There is, and I'm going to start this off before I share it, a very limitedly supported formula editor function we have. And by limited supported, I mean, we're not going to write formulas for people. We can give you some basics on how the formula editor works, but users have to come up with their own codes through it. It's not a compiler. So if we don't have the data point, we can't make it. So we don't have a 13 SMA. You can't just make that up. We don't have any EMA data for scanning. You can't just make that up. What it does is it takes short codes from the filters that we have here, and there's a few other behind the scenes data points that we offer as well, and you can string these together with different operators to create a filter, but it has to come from the core of any of these data points that we have. But again, see, I like to lean away from the word custom filter and more to formula editor, because it's really just editing what we have versus creating a custom in the sense of code compiler. The only anchored VWAP stuff you can do scanning on your own is these distance from VWAP. So this is today. VWAP 1 is today. VWAP 2 is anchored from yesterday, day before with 3, back another day from 4, and back one more day from 5. So you could use any of those filters and then couple it with any of the alerts that we have. And then you could build a scan based on that. Do I think that I don't know if you're referencing the anchored VWAP, but no, I don't think there's anything anchored VWAP you could really do with the custom formulas. You can't rewrite the distances on them. All you have is, these hard-coded distance from VWAPs here. I mean, perhaps there's something you could do. This is where that whole the limited kind of support as far as this goes. I don't have any creative ideas where you could do something more with this. I mean, if you want to stack them, you just put them all in, and use them like that. So if you want to be alerted for stocks 1% above the anchor, let's just say if we were using it anchored from 4 days ago, that's the 5. I'd add that filter. I'd put a 1 here, and then you need to come up with which alert do you want to use? Are we looking at a new high on the day plus we're 1% above that? Or again, are we looking at, now green is bullish alerts, red is bearish alerts, and blue, those are neutral alerts. So again, if you're looking at stocks moving up, you're most likely looking at a bullish alert. And again, that's where I'd be looking at the running up family of alerts, the highs, whether it's a new high or 5, 10, 15, 30, 60-minute high, some stuff like that. Those would be the kinds of things that I'm looking for it with. And if you're looking for crossing down, obviously then you'd be going with, lows instead. So a number of lows that mirror all the bullish side of those and running down. Oops. And you have running down or channel break. You could also, any scan that you build, let's say you build a bullish scan and you wanted a bearish version of it, you could always press the flip button down here and it would flip essentially what you had going on there. Just always be sure if you use the flip, check the window specific filters that it's flipped the filters the way you want them to. So as far as the editor goes, the formula editor, here's a video I did on it. I think it's a fairly comprehensive video. And also the user's guide section. Let me find you that. There it is. You are very welcome. Happy to help. Happy to help. Link is loading. There we go. So you got a YouTube video there that I did on the formula editor and the user's guide section as well. So again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Sorry, got to share a screenshot with someone. Again, don't be shy, folks. Get some questions in for me. Please, please, please. Good session so far. Good session. Let's keep it going. All right, nothing coming in for the moment. So I don't know. We'll look at my top 10 relative strengths in the open on the right side of the screen first. And let's see. I will start with number 1, ELPW. So quite the day for that today. Pretty liquid, I'd say, with a 31 million plus traded and a 12.24 at this point relative volume. You can see, volume up and down. Real small float on that. It's good for a 90+% move and a couple of $4 there. I'm guessing this had a reverse split. What channels are meant for swing trade? Let's see. Open some channels here. Start with the channel bar. I'll be honest, I don't know what channels are there at all anymore. I would look at for swing trading. Look at the S&P 500 racing, swing picks, trader's eye. ETF might be helpful. I don't know, maybe earnings. I'm going to put a half a slash there. Short squeeze could be all right for some swing trading moves. Count builder. I think there's a few scans in here, the trader's vaults. I'd look at the names of the scans that are in there. Fundamentals. I think those are the main ones that I'd be looking at. I'm not sure if there's much of anything in the doc channel bar. Let me look. I know the swing picks are there, but I think it's all it'll be mostly the same stuff. Yeah, nothing different or new. I mean, I guess Fang and Friends would be the only new addition there. Everything else is already in the undocked channel bar. Those would be the ones that I'd be looking at. Where's the volatility? What is a reasonable stop loss? I'm not sure what you're asking with that. I mean, we have volatility filters, and as far as a reasonable stop loss goes, that's unique to every individual. There's no such thing as a reasonable stop loss. Every person's account and risk tolerance is different. I've seen people have stop losses that were so tight I thought they were completely unreasonable. I've also seen people have stop losses that are so wide I thought they were completely unreasonable. They thought they were fine. So that these are the things that make a market. But as far as volatility goes, building out a scan. Let's search here. So things that I'd be looking at for volatility, volume to start with. You've got, let me widen this out so you can see a little better. You've got these 1, 5, and 10, I would say, on the 1 minute volume percents here. I don't know. I guess you use 15, 30. I would be looking, if you're looking for like quick intraday volatility like that, I'd be looking at these three mainly. You could find some volatility probably with the options filters on the volume on those. Then there is beta. You can find high beta, ETA. You can find high beta stocks. And then, of course, we have volatility. Ignore this trailing stop nonsense. I wish they would remove those, but whatever. Anyways, and just always, if you, to make sure you understand what a filter is doing or any data point, click on it, press the help button, and you get a help page that looks like this. Some pretty good information on there as far as that all goes. So those are the things that I'd be looking at for volatility. The main ones anyways. I mean, you might consider RSI. as well. You could find some high RSI and some high volatility stocks. It's I would call it like lightly associated. Yes, that's the same as that, but it has the whole scan in there. So like we can open that up. If I open up a regular channel, I'll lose my layout, and I don't want to lose my layout today. Some days I don't care. Today I do. So, but I can open up a doc channel bar. So you're going to have obviously the welcome page there, and you're going to have this is where all those alerts come from essentially, and this updates throughout the day in real time. And you're welcome. So, you can scroll down pretty good here. Whoops. Oh, sorry. On the drawing tool still, I can't scroll down like that. So, you can give a good scroll down here, and you can find stocks that are less pretty, let's call it. But as I generally say, beauty is in the eye of the stock. Beauty is in the eye of the chart holder. Yeah, it's a Market Explorer scan. This is just the channel. It's going to have this tree map on here with the 5 stocks that were from that specifically. And this is a way that, for whatever reason, we get people that email in all the time. I didn't get your email. And through our email system, I can see it was sent to them. Whatever people's privacy settings are and stuff, we can't control any of that. So, but by clicking on this channel, they get the welcome page here, and they can get to the whole shebang that way too, on top of having access to the scan like that. So kind of a one-stop shop as far as that goes. Like any other idea generation, you use it as you see fit. I give some thoughts on some support and resistance levels. I keep it very simple. We consider it for a trade above the high of Friday, and then I count back 7 to 10 candles and find the low spot over 7 to 10 candles as a possible stop idea. Just idea generation. But it's the same as if you look at any chart. What do you or any scan, what do I do with that information? It's, whatever any individual wants to do with that information. And, I do a short video. I go over, a couple minutes of the market, and then, a moment or two on each one of the stocks. So, the idea is to give people some ideas and some areas to look at. And then from there, you got, as I say it every video that I do, you still have to be a trader. You still have to come up with, an actual trading plan that makes sense for your risk tolerance, why and when you like to enter, why and when you like to exit, and the reasons behind those, and so on and so forth. And the picks, it's the top 5 rated stocks on this. Whatever at the close of the market, whatever the top 5 stocks are, that's what I'm doing. So it's, go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boom, done. Obviously, if there's a buyout or something like that, I'm skipping the buyout. Yeah, you got it, Justin. You're welcome. Is there any way you can combine scanners so you can have multiple in one? I'd like to add, for instance, quantum action and the derived data stream from the S and P channel into one. Where's the S and P channel? Let's see if I can I open that here? What we got going on here? So this derived here, that is a multi-window. Are you familiar, Mike? Are you familiar with how multi-windows work? Yeah, so that's all you could do. It has to be alert windows to get combined in here. I'm assuming you're on the non-dock channel bar version of this, and that's probably where this other scan that you're talking about is coming from. So if it's an alert window, what you could do is this. Let me load an alert window first. So if it's an alert window, what you would do is right-click, collaborate, copy all. Then you'd come to the multi-strategy window, go to strategies, and then go down to new strategy, wherever that is. Go to collaborate, and you're going to paste the collaborate string in there and press OK, and that'll bring that new strategy into that there. You can't do it with top list windows. You can't do it with races. You can't do it with the Market Explorer. It's only A windows or alert windows. That's it. That's all you can put into here. Just make sure you have the strategy in here. It'll tell you what the strategy is. As long as you add the strategy, just, add that column and you'll see what strategy the alert came from. I mean, if you look in here, this specifically has an incredible amount of strategies in it, all selected to go. And you can see, look, strategy is, new 52-week low, new 52-week low. This is the one I just added. From lifetime high here, down 10% on the day on high relative volume, cross below 200-day moving average. So, and you can add the strategy names, right-click properties, columns. Yeah, whatever. I hate you. Exhausting. Bear with me, I just crashed out my software. On the one day I needed to keep my layout. Isn't that fun? Load up an M window and do that again. Let's see if we can not crash out this time. Columns. Perfect. So strategy is there. Should be there automatically. If not, look on the right side, strategy name, send it over. Then press OK, and it'll have the name of the strategy there for you. Let me know if that helps, Mike. I want to make sure that you're good and comfortable before we part ways on this. I don't want you to think that, oh, I gave you an answer and if you didn't get it, too bad. I want to make sure that you that you understand and that you're getting what you want out of it, that we're on the same page. righty. A couple of minutes before Barry gets back. Don't be shy if anybody has questions. I lost my top 10, and I don't even have one finisher now. That's really annoying. AURA. Well, it's having itself quite a day today. Gap down and flying afterwards. What are you going to do? Again, don't be shy, folks. If you got any questions, please let me know. Got a little bit of time before Barry comes back. Alrighty, fair enough. I guess we'll look at some of the stocks on this here for now. RXT, it's having itself a decent day here. Small stock, but 17%, 17%. CABA. Yeah. Pretty liquid, though. 17 million shares traded on it. 17.5 million. CADL. Some decent movers on this today. Guess we go through a few charts on the evening scan. Preview ahead of for me tonight. Like this chart here. Nice march up. Defends that pullback, coming right back up to that 14 resistance level. You got that ahead of it here, but not bad, not a bad setup. Bad setup, but very young stock. Let's see, try to clear this area here from I'm guessing it's an IPO. I'm going to shortlist that one. Another chart I like. I like, seeing these pullbacks and then trying to get back up through where it had trouble with before. Try to watch for it when it pushes up through those levels. It's all oil and pipeline transportation here. MGY, I haven't seen this stock in a long time. Not far off that lifetime high here. It looks like probably just pushed up on that there. Good area to see it come back down and defend. A little bit of work to get through this, though. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. We got some time here. We got some time. Fire away, fire away. Another pipeline stock that looks decent. So, I think that's a theme with these pipeline stocks. They're all looking pretty much the same. So you can also be certain that should they fall apart, they'll most likely fall apart very similar. A lot of Bitcoin trust, ETFs, whatever coming through here. A lot of Bitcoin. I am not a Bitcoin person, for the record. I don't care about it in the sense of people trade it awesome. People don't trade it also awesome. I have no opinion on Bitcoin other than I have no opinion on it. That's it. It exists. A lot of energy. A lot of energy. Tyson Foods. EDM. Zoom. I haven't seen that stock in a long time. The heck of a day for the stock. That gap down and reversed it big time. Like this chart. It's a nice slow, steady roll up, we'll pull back, trying to roll back up again, fighting at this all-time high area right there. Get rid of this drawing. Well, that's it. That's all the stocks on there. We done did it all. Not as many on there as I would have thought, but it's not you know what it is? The market's down a bit today. So considering that the market's down a little bit, how many stocks are there? Not bad. Oh, really? Well then. It'll be time for a new computer for me soon. Well, I hear Barry.
Yeah, I just thumped my desk to make sure you knew I was here and
I
alive.
didn't have my earphones in until literally right now.
So listen, I heard about new computer. You know what I'm going to say?
Best Buy, baby.
Best Buy, baby. No, wrong. No. Best Buy, baby. Geek Squad, thermal paste.
Oh, yeah. Well, thermal
What's going
paste
on
or
with your
not,
computer?
this HP that I have is the most generic possible HP you could ever think of having put together 4 years ago. So its time has come and gone.
Okay, but you know, my computer is almost 7 years old.
Yeah, but didn't they like soup your computer up?
They did.
Yeah.
They, you know, William said they sort of future-proofed it,
Yeah.
but still, I mean, it was, you know, every 5 minutes it looked like it was a jet taking, or sounded like a jet taking off.
Yeah.
And, but anyway, I digress.
I suppose I could go that route first.
I would. I mean, for $100 or less, that's Canadian, so less. You know, just get them to put the thermal paste on your fan and probably your graphics card, not on it, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Wherever the thermal paste is required, because it's probably all dried up.
I do believe. I don't think this really has a graphics card in this computer.
Oh.
Among the reasons why it's time to
for a
move
new
on.
computer. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, never mind, as Rosanna Dana would say. Never mind. If you know who that is.
Indeed, I do.
Okay. All right. Now, are you just doing single duty this week, or is that it?
Yeah, I'll be double duty next week. I mean, unless they need me to do a double duty tomorrow again, I have no
Gotcha.
problem doing that. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Christopher. Thank you so much for filling in, and have a great rest of the week. And we'll see you next week.
Sounds good. Thank you, Barry. Thanks, everybody. Take care.
Guys, back in both rooms. Give me one moment as I get the music going and get rid of my enough. Okay, guys. Yeah, back. So, Meridian, how's this one doing? MRDN? Don't usually get, you know, stocks over $10 in here. So, so you can see what's happened. It's pulled back a lot and it's having a little pop. You can see a little volume bar right there. So some of you might look at this and go, okay, maybe it's a bit of a magnet. Maybe the VWAP is going to be a bit of a magnet. Maybe. All right, William, I saw that. Okay, saw your post. Or boy, Xanadu guys, this was such a nice one when they oops X and DU when it held the VWAP area. What- I'm I've got Sirius XM and I think it's called Alt Rock. Palantir has earnings today. Interesting. Let's take a look at what Palantir is doing ahead of earnings. What bets are being placed? Yeah, really nothing. Nothing you can really see. Well, when I say that, I mean nothing that's standing out. You know, a whole series of weekly charts up or anything like that. Daily up. Boy, Xanadu, it just broke over 15 now. XNDU just broke over 15. Well, this is not going to show up on any of these scans, guys, because the stock has to be up for the day in these. But how do I know about it? Because I've got a thumbnailed on my one of my other monitors, so I'm totally aware of what's happening with it. And that's a nice little break out of consolidation, even. And on some volume, you can see the volume bar peaking, poking up here on the 5 minute. Okay, Obi, if you're around, I see you just posted. Any plans to keep this room open after I leave at around 2? If not, that's fine. I just want to know though, so I can plan accordingly. And as I wait for Obi's response, one last look at my homepage. $245. All right. Obi says he can go to 245. So when I leave at around 2, I'll keep my layout up and running still. And Obi says he'll do it till about 245. Thank you, Obi. All right. So clicking on my homepage link, way easier promo code is 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Doesn't matter what plan you pick, either our premium plan or our standard plan. Okay. You get 25% off the first month only of our standard or premium, or 25% off the entire year of a standard or premium subscription. And as always, all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use whatever code is on my homepage. Helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room. Okay, what I call the main room. So if you're in YouTube and you don't know about this room, you can always check this out. It's free also. Some benefits, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does that. A little early for me in Vancouver, so that's why Obi does it. He's in the East Coast. And then I get on the mic at around 9 o'clock for both rooms, and I go to around two. Always, I'll say later if there are questions, but I'll usually start packing in around 2 o'clock. Today, Obi will keep this room, the trading room, open till 2:45. Okay. So again, if you're in the other room, the YouTube room, this is a lot more interaction with traders, and it's open longer. So up to you, of course. If you want to stay in YouTube, that's fine. Scroll down a little bit more, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. If you're going to take out a subscription, or if you're thinking about it and wondering about the product, or you just taken out a subscription, this is what you should do. So scroll down a little bit, education, click on the more info. So this is not what you should do. This is mandatory for those of you just taking out a subscription. Okay, this is mandatory. 12 short videos to get you started. And if you're wondering about the product, I would start off with that second video. Go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us. You can always try us on a monthly basis. You can unsubscribe at any time. Okay. Now, if you're new to trading, this is for you. Back to basics. 15 free videos if you are new to trading. The last, if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, some of the stuff that you can actually see on the shared monitor. So you've clicked on my homepage link and scroll down that middle section right here, the scans. So large cap gainers right here. This is a good one, especially if the market, the market is getting further down a little bit, but because these stocks here are always going to be bucking the market. These are large cap stocks that are near the high of the day, and they're up for the day, and when the market is, weakening, these are definitely sort of counter type trades. Okay, so there's that. This is a more, excuse me, this is a wide open volatile race. So it's a lot more, it's more fun. I mean, you're going to get stocks that are up 29%, SKK, but again, that stock can drop 30% just like that too. So there is that. This is a little more, well, not a little more, less volatile. That's all this is. So if you're starting out trading, this might be a little bit, I hate to say the word easier, but they're just less volatile. It was fun to get into one of these. Yeah, it's up 15% and it really rocks for you, but sometimes it just doesn't happen like that. Upside versus downside movers is here. You can see the SKK right there. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Find obviously the stocks that are moving the most from yesterday's close. In the pre-market, Pulse resumes over here, very active today. And I have 4 other scans that I'm currently sharing: a momentum scan, gap scanner, Pepe combo scan. This one, the up down 25 cents, I call it the Williams scan. I haven't had a chance to look at, really anything today. I've been, happily in that DXYZ, see what's going to happen. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. If I'm tied up doing something, I'll let you know. But now, those of you who has Brokers Plus questions and charting type questions, I hope you went over to YouTube and asked Chris. I hope he was able to answer some of those questions. I don't use the buy and sell signals on the chart at all. Okay, if I have, if they're yeah, I don't use the buy and sell because first of all, we cannot get an alert when you get one. So for me, it's the way I'm using the wave. It's not about the buy and sell signals. It's about if I click. Let's see if I can find something that might make sense. Yeah, because I'm not earlier in the day. They tend to make a lot more sense. But let's just say I well, let's see if I can find one that a little more expensive. Okay, let's just say for argument's sake, I saw I clicked on the PAGP and it was right here. The fact that there's a buy flag right there is irrelevant to me. Okay, now I'm looking at a 5 minute chart. Um, it what for me what happens is if I had taken this trade right here, and it's not because I saw a buy flag, it would have been because for whatever reason maybe I'm looking at this, I think it's holding the VWAP, so I'm going to be in this trade. The only I would take some off here, the piercing of the wave, but not everything, and then I just keep in it. Maybe here is where I start lightening more of the load. It's more about following the wave rather than having to get a buy flag, and that's when I take the because we can't get them. Okay, we can't get these. We cannot construct scans with your own scans that say, okay, alert me when there's a buy flag, alert me when there's a sell flag. Okay, so I'm using basically a 5 minute, and the 15 gives me a bigger time frame, I suppose, just to confirm things. But I'm really looking at 5 minute. But again, it's not about seeing a buy flag or a sell flag. If I happen to click on a symbol and I like what I saw, and there happened to be a buy flag, okay, it's like a bonus, but I'm using it more for the wave itself. And again, if you're out there listening to me wondering, well, what is this wave he's talking about? How do we get it on my chart? Just let me know. I'll show you how. It's part of the standard service, so it's not like an add-on. You're talking about yes. I find that the more narrow the wave, the better. When it starts getting parabolic, it usually means that the bottom of the bar has lost is not touching the top of the wave, and that to me starts to get very parabolic. Where I think other like traders, depending where they got in, are going to start to perhaps start getting out of the trade a bit. I'd much rather have a narrow wave hugging, 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 hugging all the way up. I just find for myself, I don't mind holding on. And I'm just thinking the psychology of other traders too, not traders in this room necessarily. And it doesn't matter whether you have the wave or not. If as long as the bars are not super, super big, super wide, I just find that for most traders, they don't mind keeping in the trade longer. And again, that is just me. Okay. It's nothing that I've read or it's just the way when I've looked at this for the last I don't know 6 8 months, however long I've been using this. That's just kind of what I've observed. But as far as time frames to use, that's completely up to you. I mean, I'm obviously on a 5 minute chart. You're going to see the wave formation a little bit earlier. On a 15, if you're gonna, I mean, this is good also. I mean, there's no break, there's no transition to orange. The issue with this would be, okay, you're gonna have to take fewer shares, wider stops, which is okay also. All right. How is this ELPW doing? Okay. You saw what happened. It pulled back to the VWAP, had a little surge, and that was it. That, if I had shorts available, well, I do have shorts, 90,000 shares, but I would have had to have seen it on that break of the VWAP underneath, which I could have if I'd been around, but that was during my break. Yeah, that was during my break. So I missed out on that. That would have been a nice little short break under the VWAP. So, you don't know it's going to do this, but you have to. But if you're going to try it, and you take the short at 789, and you put your stop, around. Well, for me, I probably would have put it, the break of the whole number. I'm more inclined to do that. But but if you wanted to have a stop near the VWAP, that would have been a wider stop. So somebody asked me earlier, and again, guys, this is just a complete and utter hunch type trade. Okay, the DXYZ. I'm bounded. Now I'm in way earlier, so I mean I did add a little bit today, but somebody asked what would be a decent entry, and again, this is not financial recommendations or anything like that, but just look at the VWAP. I was saying, well, if it's close to the VWAP, that would be an interesting place to look, seeing if the VWAP would hold as support. What I should have are some day trading shares of this. Keep a core position and then have some day trading shares. And the market now is, let's see what happens here, guys. The market's having a little comeback, and let's see what happens at the VWAP. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So I see that AKAN. Yeah, it had the big pop, a halt, move, 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 and then wow, what a drop. Just looking to see whether or not they came up with any comment. I don't see any comment. Did you see anything? William, do you see anything? with the AKAN? No, okay. Can we create an audio alert from any buy signal from the chart? So depend are you talking about the buy and the sell flag, Nitcami or Nitkama? You're talking about these, the buy and the sell these buy and sell flags? Talking to Kama in our YouTube room? If that's the case, no. Unfortunately, no. That's what we want. No, you can't. That's what I'm saying. You cannot you cannot get an alert on the buy or sell because Dan doesn't want to. Because Dan is not committing. Well, you know what? Today's Monday. You got to wait 2 days, but Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, usually does his 12 to 1 thing on YouTube. Keep asking him. Why not? But believe me, it's been asked for months. Now, there is a scan that has been created. You get the buy on a 5-minute chart, okay? You cannot adjust it. You cannot do anything to it. You have to live with the alerts that you get. But just so that people know, if you click on new from the toolbar, and then Market Explorer window, okay, Market Explorer window. Well, as I said, Nick Kama, how I use it is not so much to see the buy and sell. And when I click on alert, and if I like what I see, then I just ride the wave until it tells me to get out. That's all. If I had, but that's how I'm using it. That's how I'm using TradeWave. It's not about the buy and sell flag, but we do have one scan. One scan. You right click. Let me one more time. So click on new, and then click on Market Explorer window. This window is going to pop up. Right click on it. Select strategy. When you hover over that, another big window is going to pop up. And get down to the trade wave. Another window is going to pop up, and trade wave by 5 minutes. Here are some scans that you will actually get on a 5 minute. So again, please listen carefully. Yeah, but I want 2 minute. I want a 10 minute. I want a 3 minute. You can't change it. Okay. I'm not just talking to you, Nick Kama. Okay. 'Cause I get that, well, how about on a 2 minute? There's no how about. This is it. It's on a 5 minute. You cannot adjust the time, like the price. The volume is going to be okay. Okay, you're not going to see anything with very very low volume. So you can see right there. There's a little buy flag right there for CCOI. Okay, right there. Does that mean you take the trade? I don't know. Probably not because I mean the VWAP's right there. But that's how this will work. Okay, there's the buy flag for BABA. Okay, and you can see that it basically every 5 minutes because it is based on a 5 minute. Just give me a moment, please. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, repeat. New from the toolbar. New from the toolbar. Click on Market Explorer window. Before I go on, want to make sure you got that. You can see this screen called My Market Explorer Strategy. I won't go on until you tell me you can see it in Emma. Hook. I don't know what that means. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. So that's okay, meaning yes. Okay. So now right click in this, right click in it, and then you get a little menu popping up and just hover over select strategy. Hover over it. Hover over. When you do that, another big box pops up. Just scroll down. Don't click. Don't click. Just scroll. Keep scrolling down, and then when you get down to TI Wave, another box pops up, and then at the bottom here is TI Wave by 5 minutes. Now you can click on it, and that's what you're going to see. Okay. And again, you cannot change anything. You cannot say, "Well, I want it on a 2-minute chart or a 10-minute chart." 5 minutes is it. Okay, that's it, and you cannot change anything about it. The price range, the volume will be fine. Okay, you're not going to see anything with crazy low volume. This volume is in the bar itself. Okay, so don't look at that volume and go, "That's too." This is the volume today, and you will get typically you'll get something, and you cannot put a sound alert on it. You have to be staring at it, but you'll get usually you get something every 5 minutes. In this case, you can see nothing at 125. Possible it disappeared though. Okay. Or it didn't meet, there are other filters in here that are required. Okay. There are other filters. It's not just a matter of, if that were the case, and this would be inundated with alerts. There are other part of the scan is some other factors. Okay, so that would be probably the reason. Otherwise, I mean, you'd be inundated with alerts. What those other factors are, don't ask me. The person who created this is long gone. It also does work in the pre-market. You can see this is 9:30 all, and you can see how active it is right at 9:30 also. But it does work in the pre-market. You'll get some pre-market. Look at the Xanadu there. Um, right at 4 a.m. market open. Okay, so you can get some in the pre-market, but understand, just because you get a buy flag doesn't mean, you still have to have some trader smarts. You just don't pile into the trade. Okay, so here are the 125. So let's take a look at ZSL. There's a buy flag there. Does that mean you take the trade? I don't know. I mean, there's the CMPS. There's the buy flag there. So you can actually take this window and make it part of your layout if you want. So you don't have to do that every day. So Pepe, I am almost 8 days into my watch. I know you're interested in this sort of stuff. I'm at 43% left. 8 days in. So as advertised. Probably not the GPS. Okay, I haven't had a need for that. Probably not the GPS. If I were running or something like that, but I don't run anymore. So, haven't been able to bike ride either. I'll be honest. I'm not even sure I would care. I mean, I know where I'm going. I, I'm not sure it matters to me whether I have GPS. It's kind of cool, perhaps, to see it but I mean, I'm not sure I would. Certainly wouldn't if I were taking the same bike ride or yeah. I just don't see. I'm sorry, guys. We're getting way off topic here. Pepe and myself. You know what? I'll put the GPS on right now and see if I can figure out how and see what sort of a drain it would be on. I'll put it on for a couple of hours. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm going to be gone in about half an hour. I'll do it then. I'll let you know. Wow, I'm sorry, DXYZ. This is hilarious to me. But there's the high of the day. Can we get through 40? There's that monthly high of 40, 90, 40, 40.98. I wonder. Well, if you can't buy it through your broker, I'm wondering if I can buy through mine. It's through the VWAP. Anybody with Interactor Brokers, so I don't torture myself, can you actually buy SKK? We have some restrictions. A lot of the brokers now are restricting certain types of the low floats. This is out of Singapore. So Monica, if you're around, well, you may not have taken it though. At Interactor Brokers, Matt. I'm interested in IB. Don't understand your comments now, Nick Tama. Yes, I guess. Got you, Barry. Thanks. Yes, I guess. What is the oh, for SKK? So regarding at Interactive Brokers, cannot buy it. Okay, well then I won't worry myself about it. If I can't buy it at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, actually, the fee rate, if they were available to short at Interactive Brokers, but we can't buy it. But if is 135%, which is not it's not great, but it's certainly not the the 800 or 900% that we see sometimes for some of these. Sky Q guys, Sky Q, another. Well, you know what? They I don't know what they do now. I thought maybe they had something to do with space, but I guess not. According to this, they technologies to facilitate the recycling of waste asphalt shingles. Well, William, your scan or whatever you've got, your system was really correct. I mean, 1144, and it pops up to 1422. I probably would not have done that just because of the VWAP, but you know what? It acted like a bit of a magnet. Had I been able to create it. All right, more halts. HCAI just halted and resumed. Yes, halted and resumed. Another China stock, low float. Amazing. Okay, so VT, I can show you the scans that I'm currently sharing, okay, including these four. The charts are something you probably want to do your own, because these are the timeframes I happen to be using, but I can give you these four. Just got to go to my homepage, and welcome, by the way. Now, when you say you're new to trade ideas, a couple of things. I'm gonna. I just put my homepage link in. Before I show you how you can load, and you scroll down a bit, get to that education section, click on the more info. Did you do this to start? The getting started with trade ideas, the 12 short videos to get you started. Did you do that? Be honest. It's mandatory you do this first, okay? If you haven't done this already, just 12 short videos. Okay, please do this first, okay? I mean, I can show you where you can load the scans that I've got, but until you understand what's an alert window, what's a top list window, the charts, introduction to charts, and things like that, they're just 12 short videos. I sort of make it mandatory people do this before they do anything else. It's like any other software program. There's a bit of a learning curve, but we try to get all the key elements in these videos. They're very short. Okay, so that's number one. And number two, when and if you do that, not when and not if, when you do it, you click on my homepage link, and here, the middle section right here, the custom scans. So this race right here, the large cap gainers, is right here. This volatile race, I call it the volatile race, is here. This is what we call a compare count window, upside versus downside movers right here. It's like an old style crawl. These are stocks that are making new highs of the day if it's in blue or in green, low of the day if it's in red. And this is the halts or zooms. Okay, so you can have access to these. I would probably you want to create your own charts, though. My guess, the fact that these are the time frames I like certainly does not mean that that's what you're going to like. And then I have four other scans that I don't basically have up and running. You can take a look at them: a momentum scan, a gap scanner, what we call it, the combo scan, and then the Pepe combo scan, and then the William up down scan. I have that up and running, but I haven't had a chance to look at it at all today. So, but these are the ones that you can actually see. But I really, really, really recommend that you do the 12 videos first. You might not have to do the first one if you've already, logged in and you've got a toolbar. But I would look at the 12 videos first. Oh, too bad, because I said what a joy you are to work with, William. So if your wife is still listening, well, you do have a knack for the groaners, but that's fine. Look at this HCAI, guys. Another one of these stupid little. Well, I shouldn't call them stupid. I mean, they're just these little China stocks that with no float, 500,000. And if you're going to look for news on this, there isn't any. Well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe there is some, but I doubt it. I know we always get the question, well, what's the news on this one? The news is that the float is 431,000 shares and it's a China stock. That's the news. And we get in Interactive Brokers anyway, we get the big not available for short sale. Usually you get the we'll try to we'll try to do a locate for you if you want, for some of these, but this is like literally the big red no, which most of the time is good because, at any point here, you might have thought, how about here? How about here? How about here? How about here? Well, how about here in terms of shorting? And come back to the room, VT. Yeah, I mean, now I'm going to be leaving in about 13 minutes, but I'm here from 9 to 2 every day, approximately 9 to 2. But you can save my homepage link. Okay, you can save my homepage link, and then once you've done the videos, then you can take a look at the ones that I'm sharing. And so this is what we mean parabolic. Okay, you see, look at the wave here. You see how while this one sort of touched, but you see how this bar right there is lost, is not touching this at all. And so that's we're getting so parabolic. And now the FOMO is starting to affect people. Don't want to. That's going to get halted. 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 Going to get. There we are. How do I know? Well, the stock that fast moving, to have the bid ask be at 2061, 2062, and stuck there for a bit, no way in the world that could possibly happen. So, um, knew it was going to get halted. And so, what does halt mean? Well, a very simple definition: the stock went up too fast, short period of time. Okay, that's a very simple. There's a little more to it, but that's a good definition, I suppose. And so the stock gets halted. It's called a volatility halt, sort of a pause, let people catch their breath, and then this column here. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the stock HDAI halt price 2061. This is supposed to give you a bit of a clue as to where it can open. No big clue right now, because the halt price, it's halted at 2061. That says 2062. So no big clue as to where it's going to open. Moment, I will be back. Okay, guys, let's see. 1:52, sorry, 10:52 my time. So I got about 8 minutes left. So if there are questions, ask them now. I can always stay after two, but if I don't see any questions, I'm going to take off. Things I like to get done, but I don't have to go at two. Just to let you know. Obi says he's going to keep the room open to 2:45. So even when I leave, the main room will still be open. I have to shut YouTube down. My layout will still be visible, so you'll be able to see the races and stocks coming in and out. So there is that. Why is it so? Well, I shouldn't. I just wondering. You guys are keep talking about this Power E Trade as being so bad. Like, why is it so bad? Like, why would they have made it? Arts isn't software supposed to get better? Is though Pepe is probably having a spit take when you talk about our charts, the HTML charts. All right, now we're getting a little more interesting here. Look at the 21 now, 2061 on the halt for HCAI, 2123. Well, I think Interactive Brokers is the best platform I've ever seen, though it's the only one I've seen. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, that is no, they had to know that when they created the new platform that that's what we'd have to do, right, William? I mean, that yeah, that seems like definitely a step backwards. All right, guys. Now listen, you might want to keep an eye on ELPW. Okay, look what it's doing. Yes, it broke down through the VWAP. There was an attempt on volume to get into the VWAP, and look what happened. It stalled. But if this has another thrust with some volume through the VWAP, this could have one of those late day runs. So you know what? Put a price alert just over the VWAP and see what happens. Okay, PJ. Well, it might. I mean, it tried. Boy, it really, really tried to get through the VWAP on that bar on the volume, but it could not do it. Give me one moment, guys. I will be back. Okay, guys. Yeah, so this U1 was active last week. This is another one of those crazy low flow, very low flow, 260,000 in the float. And yeah, it had the big week last week, actually closed near the high of the week. This is the first day, of course, this weekly bar. There's that Roblox. I actually had this one thumbnailed. Bad earnings result on Friday, though it did try to recover somewhat. And now today we're having a nice, pretty decent recovery, actually. Certainly above the close, but also above the high of Friday. This was an earnings play. You got really nailed. Yeah, it went from 57. There was the close of on Thursday, and then Friday all the way down to 51, but it did recover and trying to come back. All right, guys, it's 1:59. So if I don't see any questions, I'm going to take off now. Thanks for all the help all day long. For those of you in YouTube, I'll put my homepage link in. Okay, so if you're sitting in YouTube right now and still wanting to interact with other traders, click on my homepage link. Okay, and scroll down a bit to where you see trading room. This is free, and this room will be open till 2:45. I'll still display my layout, but I am going to take off. So we'll see you guys. The main room, that room will open at 6:45 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. And I will not get. I get on the mic around 9 o'clock. Okay, I may be disrupted a bit, but I'll let you know if I'm going to be disrupted. So for the time being, I'm going to put myself on mute, keep the screen sharing going. I just put the announcement up. Now I'll probably be sitting on my computer for a bit. So if I do see a question, I will hop back on and answer it. Okay. But right now I'm just going to mute myself, and there's the message.